afternoon and welcome to Thursday here at the MODUS Super Series. That is where two groups will begin and we will be halfway on our journey to finding out who our finalists on Saturday evening is going to be here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, yesterday we found out the first of our Super Series Super 6. They head through to what is going to be a Super Saturday of sport in the United Kingdom. And on a day where we're going to see the derby in the FA Cup final, we're definitely going to see a world champion in action. Philip van Hassel's getting better as the day goes along. 0 points day 1, 2 points day 2. It was 4 points on day 3. I think we all know what's going to happen today then. As for Kevin Painter, he's admitted on social media he hasn't played to the best of his level yet. He'll be looking to improve as Thursday and Friday comes along and seal what feels like his rightful place in Saturday night's final. As for the Rock, Peter Hudson, he struggled with injuries at times, but then came out with a fantastic performance to end his session, averaging 89. He's back here for the session on Thursday and Friday morning. As for Martijn Dracht, well, after a poor showing on Tuesday where he lost every single game, he recovered well on Wednesday to clinch that third place spot from the grasp of Hudson. He's going to be in action later on this evening. Adds to is going to be Kevin Blommer. Now, he sat at the top of the table at the beginning of play, but a slip on the last day, a couple of nerves, as he admitted, meant that he lost out to this man here, Christian Kiss, the Lipstick, the former Lakeside champion, the first man through to Saturday night's final, and did so in impressive style. And watching all of the action from the commentary box was the asset Paul Nicholson. Paul, well, first of all, Christian Kiss, whenever he needed to put in a big performance, he tended to do exactly that.
Yeah, game 11 on Wednesday, it was fabulous because we pitched it as the biggest game of the week, and Christian Kiss just played in it like a practice game, and he showed no panic at any point. Kevin Blommer was in charge of that group what seems like 95% of the time, but when Kiss got at the top, he didn't have to do much else to stay there after that 4-0 win against Blommer. I think the patience he showed throughout the 3 days was remarkable.
Could you say that his experience to him, or perhaps the inexperience in this scenario for Kevin Blommer, was perhaps the key differences in deciding the group?
I think it's easy for us to say that, but at this juncture, I have to agree with that statement, because if you look at the way that Kevin Blommer that is, in his first game on Wednesday, he looked edgy. It was a different kind of pressure that he's had before. But Christian Kiss has been in that situation many, many times in different settings, so I think he handled it better.
Well, this is how the table ended up then in Group A. Christian Kiss, the victor, by 4 points in the end. And not just that, breaking the record for legs difference as well in the process, beating that of Barry Van Peer, which was plus 34 in week 8 to Jacob Taylor. And, well, the player who finished runner-up in that Group A didn't end up doing too bad in the end. Yeah,
let's face it, 22 points for your efforts and plus 20. If you'd have said to Kevin at the start of the week, that's what you're going to get, he's probably already made plans for Thursday and Friday at not playing darts. Not this case. Jacob Taylor, he was the same. I think he got 22 points as well. He had a very healthy leg difference, but sometimes someone's just a little bit better than you, and Christian Kiss was that little bit better. I suppose we have to ask the question, will someone ever break plus 36? I didn't think anybody break plus 34, so who knows?
And as for Martijn Dracht, good day yesterday, but also taking advantage of a couple of injury worries for Peter Hudson midway through the session.
Yeah, Dracht was much improved for Wednesday, and he will feel a lot better about his chances come Thursday night. But as for Hudson, we know the nature of the injury. He seems a lot better today, and we hope that nothing reoccurs.
Well, the players are now divvied up into Groups B and C. We're going to be watching Group C this afternoon, and it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious. So if you make a cup of tea, make it quick, because I'll tell you one thing, you'll miss some good stuff if you're in that kitchen whilst the games are on. So these are the top tier stats on Group A before we head in towards our Group B and C action. 2 ton plus averages, 5 bullseye finishes, 10 legs won in under 13 darts, 1.56 180s per game, and in total 20 ton plus checkouts.
I think the 2 ton plus averages, they really do stand out as great performances. We saw them both on Tuesday, one from Kevin Blommer, but almost immediately after that, Christian Kist put in the 106 plus, and he's not noted as somebody who puts in those massive statistics. So to see that response after Kevin had done his thing, it's another indication as to the kind of way he responds to what people do in this format. So we've already had more ton plus averages than last week. I expect more today.
So these are the groups then for the next couple of days here at the Super Series. We begin with Group C this afternoon, and well, we've covered a lot of Group Cs in our time up on this balcony, Paul, and there's not many that perhaps catches the eye as much as the one that we're about to see.
I think the word that comes to mind is pace. You think of a Boland, you think fast. You think Scott Baker, you think pretty much as fast, if not faster. Prakash is no slouch, that's for sure, and he's playing PDC World Cup in a couple of weeks. He's earmarked this as a really big warm-up for that. He'd like to go there as a champion.
Does that say a lot about how this competition has evolved? The fact that we've got big competitions, the World Cup, for a lot of players being the biggest one on the radar for the year outside the World Championship, that they want to make sure they are here because it gets their game in the best possible way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kevin Painter has already said that he hasn't played his best for the first 3 days, but he has another opportunity over the next 2 or 3 days to get himself some more confidence going into the World Senior Masters. So everybody's got something else coming up, but they're not focusing on that. They want to win this week.
They most certainly do. But who do the bookies think are going to win this Group C? These are the odds on your screen. They have Willie Bourne as the 6-4 favourite, followed closely behind by Scott Baker at 7-4. Who on that list perhaps could represent the best value in that market?
I get the feeling that Peter Hudson could be a bit of a dark horse in this group, because even when he was injured yesterday, he still put in a decent performance in Game 5. If he's feeling okay, then he has a level that can worry anybody in this group. So I think he's just got a bit more positive, though. That's what I would say.
Let's see what the Asset thinks about today's action then. It is time for the Asset Acker 8.26 to 1 treble. Just talk us through a couple of those selections there.
Well, I've gone for Scott Baker in a couple of them because I'm not just a huge fan. I think he's got great, consistent capabilities. Most 180s against Van Gasse, and that's purely because you're going to get more 180s realistically from Scott than you do from Van Gasse. So 11 to 10 on that one. Handicap betting with Baker winning by 2 legs in that contest. That looks pretty likely to me based on what we think we're going to get from Scott and what we've seen from Kevin over the last couple of days. As far as Prakash Jiwa versus Willie Boland, Boland to win by 2 legs, that is a bit of a risk. I've got to say that. But at 8.26 to 1, I'm taking risks because a couple of days ago I got it all right, didn't I?
See, this is a man with a lot of confidence. And we're going to see what the confidence is like for Prakash Jiwa ahead of the PDC World Cup in a couple of weeks' time. He's involved in our first game with Peter Hudson. And as we say, it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious. It means that our pundits up on the balcony are going to sprint their way down. It's lucky you've got those trainers on, really, isn't it?
He's just dubbed me in. I've got trainers on.
He's looking very dapper as always, and always very dapper down in the commentary box is his co-commentary colleague, Chris Mason. Hello, Chris.
Morning, Henry, and morning, everybody. Well, this is day 4, week 4, series 4, Group C. We start with Prakash Jiwa against Peter Hudson, who did have some moments of good and bad over the course of Group A, but already the throw looks okay. Had a little bit of a tumble in the shower. He referred to it as towel surfing. He had a bit of a slip and said when it happened didn't feel anything, but during the course of the day yesterday was an excruciating pain with the shoulder. But already we can see he's throwing with freedom. There's our referee for this group this afternoon, Justin Bradshaw.
Game on.
It's a fascinating tie. Looking at their seasonal stats going into this one. Well, the bookies go 8 to 11, Prakash. They go Hudson even money, and that may be based on the fact that he struggled yesterday with an injury. But when I dug a little bit deeper into their seasonal averages, good morning, Nico. Welcome back to the comms box. Prakash Jiwa actually has a higher running average of 85 for the season to Peter Hudson's 82.
That's really interesting.
140.
And when you consider the amount of confidence that he would have got from playing at Alexandra Palace a few months ago, This is maybe the most important period of his darting life, and he's been playing for a very, very long time.
85.
If you'd have said to him a year ago that you'd play in the World Championship and the World Cup in the next year, he would have been rubbing his hands.
Absolutely. A stalwart, of course, for Warwickshire County over the years.
82.
You may notice already, because you wouldn't have had a look at Peter Hudson so far today, the throw looks back to normal, Nico. I have told
60.
our viewers that he had a bit of a tumble, or as he called it, towel surfing in the bathroom whilst getting ready. He was quite humorous about it. He has a fabulous sense of humour, like most people from that part of the world
59.
up in Greater Manchester. They're all comedians up there.
I'm just happy to see him comfortable, because yesterday it was decidedly uncomfortable.
And it was horrible viewing, seeing him throwing in so much pain.
And
46.
what else will have hurt him is the fact that he was in a great position to get into Group B, and because of that injury, it stopped him from doing that. So now he's got to work a little harder to get through to Saturday via Group C. 2 spots out of 6 players to make his first
11.
Saturday night here.
PT, you require 170.
He actually mentioned that. I sat with the players. I was in quite early today, so I wanted to catch up with
58.
Scotty Baker and Prakash and, of course,
Prakash,
Willie
you require
Borland,
109.
just to see how they were feeling coming into it. And Peter Hudson said he felt like he just had to win a couple of matches yesterday, and he was into tonight's Group B, which is, if you can't win it, it's everybody's goal, because
39.
for our new
PT require
viewers,
112.
Group B is a 5-player field with the top 3 going through, so a 60% chance of qualifying.
And if he had won another game, he would have been in Group B, because
Yep.
he only got the 1 win yesterday.
56.
Now, Prakash is getting the first chance of the day.
Prakash, you require 70.
They have met once before, Nico. It was back in 2018 in a European Tour qualifier number 5.
30.
And it was Peter Hudson who
PT, you
won that
require
tie.
56.
6 legs to 2. Sure, their paths would have crossed in
Game shot in the first leg.
open
Peter
tournament
Hudson.
play, but it is Peter Hudson.
You do tend to find that when you are a few counties apart,
Second leg is
you might
Peter
get
to throw
wind
first.
of something
Game
that is
on.
in between. So between Warwickshire and Manchester, there might be something in Stoke,
Yep.
or possibly up towards the Cheshire mark.
Yep. Sure, they both played in
96.
the Cheshire Open. You've got to be good to win that, Nico.
You look rather smug saying that. You must have won it.
I did. I tell you what a tournament that used to be. Absolutely incredible. I played our good friend Tony
22.
O'Shea in the final. I won £501 and I averaged 105 in the final, and 20 plus years ago,
140.
that was a bit special. It's a bit special now.
So you got £501, and the exact palindrome is 105, and that is what your average was.
Yep.
Incredible.
100.
Well, let's have a little chat about Peter then, because this week he's averaged 81.23 for the week, 28% on the doubles, and if you look at all 3 players who have graduated from Group A to Group C, they've all got something in
95.
common. Their doubles are all under 30%, and they're all very tight. Painter, 29%. Hudson and Van Gassa, 28%. But the man who had the most chances,
99.
Peter Hudson,
PT require 170.
139 darts at double this week.
Wowzers.
And if you take 100 off, you've got how many you hit?
84.
He hit 39. So he's missed exactly 100 darts at double this week prior to this game.
Oh, he's not missed a double in this one. So it
75.
still counts, Nico.
Indeed.
Well, he is
PT
the most
require
prolific
86.
180 hitter, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got 20.
Go ball here. If Prakash would have been on a finish, he would have gone 42. Well, he'd be going 42 now for 32.
He has been a one-man facial expression machine this week. It's like he's going
26.
through the smiley board and trying to tick off each one.
Didn't have too much to smile about yesterday. Prakash Jiwa, not got too much to smile about here, but for those of you who watched
24.
Prakash's last
PT requires 60.
involvement here at the Super Series, he was a bit of a slow starter out
Game
of the
shot in the
blocks.
second
And,
leg. Peter
well,
Hudson.
you mentioned the finishing. No such issues today, Nico. 2 from 2.
Nope. The last 3 days are
Third
just an
leg is Prakash
indication
to
of what
throw
we've seen in
first.
Group A, but
Game on.
we have seen many times where everything is scrubbed. People will start from scratch and have a very fresh mindset.
And interestingly, over a big sample of 15 matches, the fact that
81.
his running average this week is oh so close to his stats for the season so far, just shows you why we mention those big sample of matches
134.
in terms or in relation to their current form. And, well, he's playing to type, but we both agree, Nico, that he is a way better player than an 83 average man.
Oh, absolutely.
60.
And I think
Put 10 on
sometimes,
that for me.
yeah, sometimes with these players, they go up against higher class of data and they actually improve. That's the
140.
first sign of that little flail with the right hand. That might, in a funny sort of way, because he did it so many times yesterday, it might become a habit. And it needs to be addressed before it becomes said habit.
Yeah. There was a grimace
43.
after that visit. Let's see if it happens again. Well, that's fine.
Let's see what happens on dot 3. Much better.
121.
Well, Prakash will be at the PDC World Cup in a couple of weeks. And originally he was playing with Nitin Kumar, but unfortunately Nitin is unable to get a visa,
81.
which is a
BT
really
require
big
106.
blow to the man who's just won the Asian Tour in Mongolia. So he's going to play with Ahmed Galit-Wala.
Game
And he's
shot
gonna
in
be
the third
3-0
leg.
down.
Peter Hudson.
Oh, this high quality finishing. And that was high quality scoring as well,
Fourth leg is
because
Peter to throw
that
first.
was
Game
a
on.
12 dart breaker throw with the 106 out. 3 from 3 on the doubles, averaging 92.02.
Do you know who would say that the best in this entire arena? Would be the man who's
89.
spotting today, Danny McNamara. He's been reffing yesterday. Break of Troll. Just sounds so good, doesn't it?
100.
Yeah, very disappointed for Nitin not getting a spot at the
Yeah,
World Cup.
big fan of Nitin. Lovely fella as well. Met him a good few times.
I actually read through the results sheet
59.
for that Asian Tour.
Well, Paul Lim picked up one out there as well, didn't he?
I think he lost to Nitin.
Oh,
And some of the other names that I didn't recognise, and I thought, I'm actually quite glad I'm not commentating on this because that's a referee's nightmare.
61.
Some of the names. I mean, Prakash Jiwa, great, easy to say. Peter Hudson, brilliant. What's your favourite name that you've ever seen for a dart player? Mine is my good friend Wilhelm
134.
Schwingenschlögl.
yeah, that's a real mouthful.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for him to make his debut on the European Tour. That'll make my year.
180.
There you go. That'll make you feel good, Prakash. Well, I actually played in a Mac Elkin, who, for those of you that follow darts closely, the manager of many players, including Dimitri and others. Many years ago, he said,
59.
listen, mate, he said, you couldn't do me a favour and turn up for a Falls tournament.
Prakash, you require 160.
And Prakash was part of that Falls tournament. I think we started playing at 10:30 in the morning, and we were playing the final while the band was playing at night,
78.
about 10:30.
Peter, you require 160.
Mark Walsh was also in our side.
That sounds like a really good side.
Oh, we had an absolute scream, and we won it. Actually came up on my Facebook memories the other
74.
day. That's what I remembered it.
Prakash, you require
Well,
82.
Prakash would like a memory of getting a leg in this game and remaining alive. 17 and double top. Just about gets the 17.
42.
And a chance for Hudson to finish
Peter, you
Jiwa
require
off.
86.
And if he gets a shot at double, the likelihood is he's going to hit it because he hasn't missed one yet. He has a chance for barbecue sauce.
56. Prakash, you require 40.
Double top. And people have come back from big margins this week. There was a big margin on
Game
dart
shot on the
1, and he
fourth
got
leg.
there
Prakash,
eventually.
you are.
A great marker. It's not, it's not often you see someone hit the hole. And I've got to put my hands together for
Fifth
that
leg
one.
is Prakash
Well,
to
we
throw
play a
first.
game, don't we, called
Game
loops,
on.
where you got to hit what's been left. So maybe the hole in the 4 or the inside or
100.
outside hole of the 18, and then you've got to hit that, and every time you miss it, you lose a life. And we call it loops, which is a bit of a bizarre game, but I suppose it's one of those you do when you're bored.
Oh, it's great fun. And I think it's even more
96.
fun on these new laser cut boards with the laser cut numbers.
Yeah, they're way smaller than they used to be.
We used to do this thing in Australia where we'd play the same rules as loops,
59.
but instead of hitting the loop, you had to hit the jelly baby that was snagged under the darts ring at the top.
Oh, wow.
And it would stick in the jelly baby and just dangle down.
140.
Bit of a waste of a sweet, if you ask me, but it was still good fun.
Yeah, so one thing I sort of miss from being on the tour is all those sort of
60.
new games and practice routines that you learn, and it's more the camaraderie that you miss that competitive side. But when you sort of spent 20 years on the road with the same group of people, you do miss being around them.
I used to miss
101.
playing 50 with Colin Osborne,
Yeah.
where the object of the game is to get 50 points. So you can go for the bull with the first dart, and then if you don't get it, you can convert with the next 2. But the people that you're playing with have got to match you in the
60.
amount of darts that you get
PT
50, and
require
whoever
164.
gets it in the least gets the little change pot, which is usually 50 pence each.
Well, they're great competitive pressure games that get you ready for those
93.
pressure scenarios, and that's why I always say in practice you've got to replicate the situation as closely as possible, and by just
92.
throwing at a board doesn't
PT
do
requires
that.
71.
Well, this 130 that has been left by Prakash is actually Peter's biggest finish of the week. Peter's missed 2 darts a double now, but he hasn't missed a third.
Shot. And the
And
match.
that's a great
Peter
start
Hudson.
from Peter Hudson, who averages over 90 and wins for the first time this week because his best average of the week, 91.27, was a losing average. He's won this first game of the day in Group C and looks really good as he goes forward by winning 4 legs to 1.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Peter Hudson get the better of Prakash Shiva by 4-1. Next up for us, we're going to see Willie Borland in action. He's going to be taking on Kevin Painter, the artist returning for Group C from the campaign in Group A. As for Willie Borland, it's a return to him for the Super Series for a second appearance. What are we going to see from the pair? Let's find out. Chris and Paul.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, great to see Kevin back on the hockey today, now with a fresh scoreboard. Everybody's starting from 0, but he's up against Wooly. If you don't remember that annual or that comic, then I'm showing my age. 26-year-old. He probably doesn't even know what I'm talking about. But he's a very famous player in Scotland for one particular moment. But I think since then, his career has gone a little bit slower than he had anticipated.
Do you think that's the pressure of that moment and the attention that came with it?
Well, the amount of media that he had to do after that game with Bradley Brooks, he'll never have seen anything like it.
It was the
First
deciding
it's Willie
leg
to throw first.
of a
Game on.
superbly contested match at the Ali Pali in the World Championships, and this young man produced
121.
a remarkable 9-darter.
It really was one of the best, possibly of all time.
Yeah, with the
125.
in the situation to win a match in a deciding leg, not been done before.
Not in the PDC, that's for sure. And I said something yesterday when we were talking about Willie coming into this group. That game with Bradley Brooks is noted for that 9-darter, but there was so much other stuff going on in that game that never gets any attention.
96.
Yeah, you did it on TalkSport, didn't you?
I did, and there was a finish in that match that is forgotten from Brooks. Borland was on a winning double,
100.
and Brooks took out 1-3-4 with 2 treble 17s and double 16 just to save himself.
Yeah. That's what took it all the way, wasn't it?
Yeah, think about that great game.
16.
Think about that 9-darter, yes, but please, if you get the chance, watch the whole thing.
Maybe in between our sessions tonight.
Plenty
100.
for you. 10 o'clock tonight. We'll start with Group B, and there will be plenty to talk about when it comes to that. But I suppose the first thing to do with Kevin today is that he's gone for the somewhat sharp Sigma
Will he
flights
require
again.
80?
I don't think it's a combination we've seen so far.
Game shot in the first leg. Willie Borland.
Willie Borland is the type of player that will let you know how he's feeling. And after
Second
that
leg is
80
Kevin to
out,
throw first. Game
he'll be
on.
feeling a little bit chipper.
The amount of time between legs 1 and 2 wasn't that dissimilar to how long it took for leg 1, because 1 minute and 22 seconds it took Willie Borland to take the lead.
140.
He does not hang around. And if you are looking for a quick game today, Scott Baker against Willie Borland, game 8, the middle of the schedule.
Well, if it's decent quality,
91.
it could well be a potential quickest match we've seen.
Yeah, we look at other head-to-heads that have been as quick as that. Chaz Barstow against
140.
Graham Usher. Anything involving Scott Baker. But you have to say, so far, Borland out of the chops like a prize greyhound.
Well, KP is not exactly slow out of the gate.
125.
This is probably the fastest start he's had in any game this week.
Yep. And it's that reset
91.
mentality, Nico. Exactly what
Kevin
you mentioned
require
right at the top.
105.
He's coming into this with a clean slate.
Yeah, he's got no scoreboard pressure at all, and he's looking at 2 double tops. That was not a bad effort.
45.
Oh, and there was almost an argument.
Willie
Not that I
require
like seeing
130.
players stay there, but it was such a good marker.
Bullseye for Borland.
105.
Line was good.
Kevin, you require 60.
Slight reset here needed because
Yeah.
it's a long dart he's using here.
Needs to hit it as well.
40.
Just worry
Will
about
he require 25?
where he is mentally if he loses a game early. Whether he falls
17.
into that trap of negativity.
Kevin, you require
And
20.
we're in a group that's only 2 days. He's got 10 matches in Group C, not 15 like Group A. This has got to go in.
No
And
score.
it doesn't.
He's frustrated with himself because it was such a good leg, and he's got
Will
himself
you require 8?
in a situation where he should be nailing those doubles.
Game shot on the
Borland
second
takes
leg. Willie
advantage.
Borland.
It's almost as if you've got your spoon in your hand, you've got a dessert on the plate, and it looks amazing, and then you realise it's full of air.
Third leg is Willie to throw first. Game
Like
on.
taking a souffle out the oven and you realise it's just collapsed. Well, Borland has been with us before. His running average
93.
84.94. I hasten to say he might need to be just a tiny bit better than that. His checkout rate is satisfactory at
100.
1 in every 3, just a shade over 33%. And his legs won rate, just a shade over 51%. That's going to need to improve.
Yeah.
100.
And that's maybe one of the reasons why he has not made a Saturday night yet.
Yeah, and I think he's going to need to find a higher level than around 84
45.
over the course of 2 days to certainly win this group.
He's never played a Group C before. This is a new feeling for him, a new time slot.
58.
Because he was involved in a Group B previously, and he was 5th. He was last place, so
Yeah, and
I expect more from him this time.
I did that
50.
week, and it was a very tough Group B.
There you can see the angle of entry for Willie Borland.
60.
That's for Painter, looking down south. Actually, it's a very similar angle of entry, maybe a
96.
tiny bit more upright. That's the perfect first start for Willie because he can attack, and that is a wonderful.
174.
Anthony Dundas, a 174. That one's for you, Ant.
Yeah, we've had 180 from Kevin Painter, and well,
60.
that's a maximum for Borland.
Willie
because
requires
that's
16.
the maximum he could hit what he was aiming for. Now that's really awkward.
Through the posts, just like
Game
that.
shot on the third
And what a
leg.
dart
Willie
it is.
Borland.
Use the darts that you've got in the board to your advantage. He didn't even think about it. He just knew he could do it.
Fourth leg is Kevin to throw
I think-
first.
I think
Game
with
on.
Willie Borland, this again, I talk about it all the time, but how good an environment this is for a player that is going through that process
133.
of rebuilding. And for Willie Borland, it's just all about confidence and belief. And looking at those darts, they're sort of a mixture of
46.
a Taylor and a Gary Anderson, aren't they?
Yeah, very much so. Uniform grip from top to bottom. They've got a little bit of width about them, which isn't a bad thing.
Yeah, in terms
83.
of grip and control. And then the darts are too thin. I think they're just so hard to feel like you've got any kind of purchase on them.
140.
Now, Willie in the first 3 legs has done something that we all liked to do when we were younger. 3 legs, 50 darts, an average of 30.06 for 1
95.
dart, 90.18. And if you were getting 50 darts in a county game, you would have registered a 30 average, which used to be the benchmark,
Yeah, it's now 100. It's 10 more.
pretty much. I think the elite level's gone to 105 now.
Yeah, there's an argument for that.
Well, Kevin's utilised this treble 19 bed very well in this leg. He's gone full Matters Rasma.
I was going to say, are we going to see our
134.
second 174 of the match to leave double A? Full Madars. He's great, isn't he?
99.
He might have a rival.
Kevin, you require 56.
Painter might be going from the playbook of the best Latvian player on Planet
Game
Darts,
shot on
and
the
that's a
fourth
lovely
leg.
leg from
Kevin
Kevin.
Painter.
I wouldn't be surprised if he stays on the 19s, considering how good that 14 darter was.
Well, this should be
Fifth leg is
2-2.
Willie
He
to
missed
throw first.
5 darts at a
Game
double
on.
in leg 2. Borland with that relaxed,
140.
effortless throw.
That's the thing about Willie, though. He's anything but boring. Any game he's involved in is
56.
worth watching because he just gets on with it. And his darting brain clicks over faster than most people on the planet.
180.
He can think as fast
On
as
the
Michael
fly.
Smith.
Yeah.
And he executes faster than Michael Smith, and he's the world #1.
45.
Averaging 95.65 here. in control of leg and match.
140.
Yeah, in less than a minute, he's putting himself on 41 after 9.
And as an opponent to that, you just sort of get
57.
flustered.
Will he require 41?
9 for double 16, and it will be over. And it
Game,
is over.
shot,
That's a
and a
great
match.
start
Willie
from Willie
Borland.
Borland. And when you consider how he averaged when he was here last, that is a huge jump. 96.53 with a very satisfactory 36% on the doubles. It's the same result in game 2 as we had in game 1, but it's the newbie here in this group who takes the spoils by 4 legs to 1.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a start for Willie Borland, getting the better Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 1 and setting his stall at 11 data finish on a 96.5 average. Right, the final game of the first round of fixtures sees Scott Baker in action. He takes on Philip van Hasse, who we saw in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. And we've seen him a fair few times, not just here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, but in our predecessor competition in Southampton. And the stats, well, they make for really impressive reading there for the mod, who will be looking to get off the mark in this one. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Paul and it's Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry. And the thing that popped off the page there for us, when you compare Scott with someone like Willie Borland, his running average is a good 3 points better. And you've just seen a performance in excess of 96 from Borland. So what could we get from the 37-year-old from the West Midlands? We've seen plenty of Philip van Hasse this week. He's had gradual improvement. Monday was tough for him. Debut day, didn't get any points. Tuesday, a little bit better, getting that solitary win. But yesterday, took advantage of maybe some tiredness from the other players, and he found himself getting 2 wins. Now, it's very easy for us to say, Mace, that he's going to get 3 wins today based on the pattern. But it's a bit like saying,
First leg, it's Scott
when you
to
go
throw
to a roulette
first.
wheel and it's
Game on.
10 black numbers, that it's going to be red next time. There's no guarantee.
100.
And there's no guarantee in this group, of course, of anything. We've just seen Hudson take care of Jiwa.
60.
Jiwa was favourite. Borland backing up that favouritism against Painter, which maybe not been too much of a surprise, but the
60.
manner in the victory certainly was. Now, I'm going to take you down darting memory lane.
I can't wait.
These two obviously haven't met. I mentioned that Prakash and Pete had the
44.
one meeting, and in that one meeting, it was 2018. It was a European Tour qualifier for European Tour 5 in
99.
Sindelfingen near Stuttgart, yeah.
Well, in that very tournament, I mentioned Peter Hudson beat Prakash Jiwa. Well, you defeated Nathan Aspinall.
60.
Then you defeated Adrian Gray, 6-2. And then to qualify,
140.
you defeated someone we've seen here with plenty of success, Steve West, 6-2. And at the actual tournament in round one, you beat Dawson
137.
Michelle. Can you remember
Scott,
that?
I do remember that game
102.
quite well. I've played all right in that game.
You beat him 6-2 with a 95-71. Then you defeated your
82.
good pal Mervyn King 6-4. And then you just got edged out by Adrian Lewis 6-5. I think you have match dart. In fact, I remember you having match darts. You averaged 95-34 in defeat.
100.
Adrian Lewis,
Scott, you require 20.
89.16.
Yeah, I took out 158 to go 5-4 up and did not win. I was gutted.
Game shot in the first
Scott's
leg.
not gutted.
Scott
That's a
Baker.
really good start from him. 18 darts, very solid. And that's what you're going to get from Baker from start to finish. He doesn't do much
Second
wrong.
leg is Philip to throw first. Game on.
Only spent a couple of years on the PDC circuit, Scott. But their loss is our gain.
Yeah, he didn't even go to Q School, did he?
60.
One of the most recognisable dart players in the UK as well,
Absolutely.
because he has a brand. And he's the kind of
24.
person when he goes to the barbers, he'll just say, I'll have the usual.
I'll have the Paul Weller. He's a big favourite, no surprise. So in this 2-7, he is the second favourite, priced up at 7-4 to win the group. Philip was a 5-2 shot, and the outsider of the whole group at 16-1.
But then again, Kevin Blummer, 16-1 at the start of the week to win the week. He didn't have a bad
100.
Group A, and you'll see him in Group B later.
Yeah, double session day, of course, Thursday and Friday here at the
50.
MODUS Live Lounge down in Portsmouth on London Road. Why don't you join us Saturday night? It promises to be
100.
something a little bit special. Now, if you have the ability on your phone to scan a QR code, we'll put that up at the start of the next leg.
60.
If
Philip,
you
you
don't have
require
that facility,
141.
head over to www.dartshop.tv and reserve your ticket. It's just a booking fee of £2. And you can join us here from, well, the doors open at 6:30. Play gets underway at 7:30. Final will be on at 11 p.m. It's 3 drinks for £10.
137.
So if you can find me a night
Philip,
of
you require 58.
sporting drama and entertainment, there you come and have 3 pints, your £2 booking fee for your ticket, 12 quid
Game
for a
shot in the
night
second
out.
leg. Philip Van
I
Hasser.
don't know anywhere else you can get a night out for 12 quid.
I'm struggling.
Third leg is Scott to throw first. Game
I've
on.
been looking. Can't find one.
You might even get to see this guy.
121.
Good chance.
I think he'll qualify. I've gone early, but based on what I've seen from Scott over the last 6 months,
100.
I think he'll make Saturday night, not for the first time. We've only got 2 players, in fact, in this group who have made Saturday before.
140.
Painter and Baker.
Well, today we only have one previous winner at the live lounge.
Colin
100.
Osborne, who has won in both venues, won in Southampton multiple times and here once.
60.
Ryan Finesse is the other winner, but that was in Southampton,
Indeed.
in the Cube.
He'd like to go one better because he has made the final game
100.
before and was involved in the very first 9-dart shootout. We haven't had one in a while.
100.
due.
We are due.
Baker in front again. And that scoring power that we associate with his fast
43.
brand. It
Scott,
may
you
just be the
require 80.
separator in this one. And the fact that he's got the darts. So
Game shot in the third leg. Scott
so
Baker.
close. I was just about to say so quick. But the fact of the matter is, my first look, I thought that was in double
Fourth leg is
50.
Philip to throw first. Game on.
Interesting, finding the bottom corner, a striker would have been proud of.
Yeah, if that was a
60.
penalty, nobody was saving that.
No.
He's a bit like Dave Chisnell, isn't he? In the regards that
180.
I don't know anybody who doesn't like Scott. He's just so amiable. He's so chirpy, and he
60.
renews your faith in life.
Yeah, I played against him and on the same side as him when I lived in the West Midlands. Great guy.
140.
If I was
Always.
living in his neck of the woods, I'd have him on my team anytime.
Yeah, we had some great practice sessions. We had some great matches playing in singles league
100.
competitions. And
That reminds me, actually, you must be really happy for Wayne Jones winning a challenge tour recently.
145.
he's still got life in the old dog yet.
Still life in Baker as well. He's on a 10. Not the first time we've seen somebody
100.
on a 10 darter this
Scott,
week.
you require
In fact, we've seen
36.
somebody on a 9. He's on 9s
Game shot in
and
the fourth
takes an
leg.
11 darter,
Scott
which is
Baker.
equally the best leg of the week.
And more importantly for Baker, hits the breaker throw, giving him a 3-1 lead. Yeah, we've seen an
Fifth
11
leg, it's Scott to
darter
throw first. Game
from
on.
Willie Borland to win the match.
We do have a butcher in darts, don't we? We've definitely got a baker.
100.
I don't think we've got a candlestick maker, though.
And a toilet handle maker, he wasn't bad. Bill Taylor.
Doesn't have the same ring to it, though. Butcher, baker, and toilet handle
100.
maker.
It rhymes. Slightly makes the, change of history in.
180.
No change at all. The average is big. And this is the kind of game that this week Van Gasse can't live
140.
with. Not from what we've seen. He's averaged over 90 only once. And this is 10 points better than that.
60.
He is a former international for Belgium, Miss Phillip. I'm sure he's seen a fair share of
85.
different Belgian talents coming through the
Scott, you
ranks over the
require
years. The likes of Rocco
161.
Myers and Patrick Bulin and Eric Claris. But Scott Baker
137.
is dancing his way to a win here. We've had 2 4-1s already, and I get the feeling we're about to get another one.
60. Scott, you require
Philip has
24.
played steady, but
Game,
Baker's been
shot, and the match,
brilliant.
Scott Baker.
Simple as that. 102 the average. The doubles were excellent at 50%, and we saw his lifetime stats going into this, and that didn't really give us the indication of what we were about to see, because that is Scott Baker's best performance that I've seen from him this year. He may even have more in the tank. When we come back, it will be the beginning of round 2 as Hudson takes on Borland.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it is statement made, gauntlet laid down for Scott Baker. A 4-1 victory against Philip van Hasse, an average in excess of 102, 50% on the doubles, finishing with a 13 as well. Next up for us now, Peter Hudson in action. He beat Prakash Iyal in his opener. He takes on Willie Borland. Now we can have a look at some of his stats from the last time he was here at the Super Series. It's the second appearance for Borland in this competition since dropping off the Pro Tour at the end of 2022. He's in action then against The Rock, and we've got two rock-solid pairings in the commentary box. It's Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry. Well, Nico, the three big guns in the group that we shortlisted in terms of winning the group, well, every one of them averaged in excess of 90, and it just got better. Match 1, Hudson, 90.55. Willie Borland stepped it up with a 96.53, and Scott Baker took it to another level, 102.04. All three players, sorry pal, all three players putting down a bit of a marker.
Absolutely. And this is what really tantalizes my taste buds for the next couple of days, because we have three players who obviously have hit the ground running, but only two players can go through this group. So somebody in 9 rounds' time
First leg is
is going
Peter
to find
throw
themselves
first.
very disappointed.
Game on.
This is not a sprint. It is a kind of mini marathon here in Group C.
Half marathon.
Yeah. It's a great north run in the south.
140.
Yeah, because 3 just doesn't go into 2, I'm afraid.
If you don't like playing quick players,
140.
you're in the wrong group.
I think it suits both. Hudson gets on with it. He's a bit more methodical and maybe a little bit more measured, but he's certainly far from slow.
100.
I think the slowest player in this group actually is Painter. And
Yep.
he's not slow.
No,
60.
you'd have him down as medium paced.
Yeah, he's a bit of a Glenn McGrath. And that's the best compliment I can really pay Kevin Painter. If I'm liking him,
He was a bit special.
he was a
wasn't
bit good, swinging the ball any which way.
134.
But Willie Borland is Alan Donald. And he's menacing. Look at the way he looks at the dartboard.
140.
He should get some of that zinc stuff
BT
on his
require
nose and just
127.
stare a hole through it.
Yeah, you can almost see him staring at the area of the target he's aiming at. 888 for a 12.
111.
Same route for
Willie
Borland,
require
but a bull at the
161.
end.
You're going to get your barbecue sauce in at some point, Nico.
65.
Yeah, the old
PT
Ted Lasso
requires
shot.
16.
But maybe we'll get it when somebody hits a 170.
That'll be barbecue sauce with maybe
Game
a
shot
bit
on the
of
first
chili in
leg.
there.
Peter
You're
Hudson.
making me hungry, Mason.
1-0. 14 dart hold.
Well,
Second
the
leg is
segments on
Willie
the
to throw
dartboard and the
first.
outer ring
Game
and the
on.
bullseye were condiments. I suppose the red ones on the outside would be ketchup.
41.
Then you got barbecue sauce in the middle. And the green ones would be a nice jalapeno dip.
Something a bit more mayonnaise-y.
Don't tell
83.
Abigail Davis doesn't like mayonnaise.
No. Well, as always, if there's any birthdays today, that
137.
are of dart players, of course, I always give them a mention and a happy birthday. Adam Lipscomb, whose birthday was literally this week. He's in action tonight. But Shane Burgess is his
100.
birthday today. Happy birthday, pal. Hope you are well.
I
Now,
wonder
he
what
likes his cooking, but it's a
99.
totally different type of cooking to what we do.
Yeah, I absolutely believe in everything I've heard about Shane. But I wonder what he's actually having for his dinner tonight.
140.
It might actually depend on what he drives past.
True story. Or what someone else has driven past.
43.
Or over. Well, no one wants to roll over in this game. It's had a really hot start. I think Hudson
58.
knows being fully fit in this group is something that he needed. He's been given that little bit of fortune. It could have been a lot worse yesterday with that injury.
47. PT
But when he's
require
seen
120.
round 1 and the quality in it, he's going to have to be on his game if he's going to be in Saturday night for the first time. Great adjustment from Peter as he looks to tops.
100.
Slight
Willie require
exasperation, but
134.
this was the shot that we were talking about earlier, 134. Against Borland in the World Championship by
58.
Brooks, but he goes a different route.
Peter, you require
Yeah, he was
20.
looking at 54 tops. So to back up
Game
the
shot in the
14,
second leg. Peter
he
Hudson.
backs up with a 16, which is 30 darts, which is exactly 100.20.
Third leg is Peter to throw first. Game on.
And for the first time today, Willie Borland given something to think about.
I'm reliably informed by our presenter for the day, Henry Deacon, that Portsmouth is the
97.
host city of the Great South Run. So we do have half marathons in this coastal city.
100.
And I suppose we've already mentioned that this is the half marathon of Super Series darts on a weekly basis.
Sure is. Groups. Group A is the marathon.
100.
Group C is the half marathon. And I suppose Group B would be the 10,000 metres.
Absolutely.
57.
I wonder if there's anything about Portsmouth that Henry doesn't know.
Where are decent curry houses? In fact, any decent restaurant. He hasn't got a
76.
Scooby-Doo.
I wonder if Henry knows of a parking space that you can get 2 days in a row.
One doesn't exist in Portsmouth.
100.
Although, much to your amusement, I actually drove to the gym this morning because I was pretty confident my space would still be there right outside the house. And it was.
140.
That'll never happen again, by the way. It'll never happen
No,
again.
because you'll move the big Merc straight into my spot.
118. Peter, you
Borland
require
staying alive
88.
by scoring well. He's at 86 in this game, but Peter Hudson has gone up a level. Double three.
Ooh, bottom of the board. Look at that face.
One of those angry bird faces that we were talking about earlier in the week.
85.
Will he be angry if Borland
Willie, you require
pops the
126.
126?
Oh boy, that is the risk, isn't it? If you go for the barrel and try to snag the 57, if you go for the big 19.
I think you've just got to take a
102.
little bit off that shot, haven't you?
Peter, you require
Especially
3.
at 2-0 down in a race to 4.
I'm not a big fan of saying that things are unfortunate, but that was unfortunate for Willie.
1.
Hudson can't take advantage.
No, should be 3-0 up and cruising.
Willie, you require
Average has
24.
tumbled from a ton down to 93.81.
Game shot in the third leg.
That
Willie
is
Borland.
a break back for Borland.
It's got a nice ring to that, hasn't it?
Those of you
Fourth leg
who
is Willie to throw first.
follow me on
Game
Facebook on my happy birthday bit for Burgess, there's an
100.
amazing picture from, well, 20 odd years ago of me and Shane at the Eastbourne Open. And back then, when you got to the stage
43.
finals, so the semi-finals onwards, you have to wear black trousers, and Shane didn't have any. He was on semi-final number 1, so
96.
we swapped trousers. He played his semi-final. I put my black trousers back on. I don't know what would have happened if we'd both made the final, but fortunately for Burgess, I lost my semi-final and he had the
93.
trousers back to play in the final.
Can you imagine that happening these days between two players like Luke Humphreys and Rob Cross?
60.
Don't think it would happen.
No.
These new players don't know they're born. I remember when Robert Thornton was playing in the Canadian Open
57.
in 2009, his luggage didn't arrive and he ended up playing with somebody else's trousers on, somebody else's shoes, and using somebody else's darts.
100.
He ended up winning a couple of games. That's what happens when you travel so much. And these stories come around and they're just great to reminisce about.
174.
Hudson with a 174.
Willie require
Not
145.
the first one we've seen today as well. Willie got one earlier.
We used to go to America probably, well, America and Canada
130.
10 or
BT
so
require
times a year.
134.
Happened frequently.
It's Borland on the very low odd number this time.
94.
And a
Will
chance
he
to draw
require
level
15?
after Hudson missed darts for 3-0. That's
Game shot
really
on the
good.
fourth leg. Willie
And he knows he's in the
Borland.
match now. One of those players, Mace, that when he gets the bit between his teeth, he can't hide it.
Nope.
Fifth leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
Neither would make particularly good poker players, that's for sure.
Now, recently, we lost the godfather of poker, Doyle Brunson.
100.
Yeah.
It was a lovely tribute to Doyle at the World Series of Poker in Las Vegas overnight.
140.
And we lost the godfather of darts, of course, a few years ago in Eric Bristow. I know was a very, very close friend of yours, Chris.
He was, bless him. There's not many days that go by that,
50.
especially when we're talking about darts and looking back over time, that we don't reminisce with a smile and sometimes
58.
a grimace. Especially when you spend as much time with him as I did.
The one thing I learned post Eric passing on was
60.
his wisdom in the game, I think, was taken for granted. And I think his ability to almost forecast what could happen or surmise what some people were doing,
139.
I didn't really understand it fully until it wasn't there anymore.
Yeah, well, there was a time when he sort of not necessarily came to the rescue of James Wade's career, but
100.
he certainly added
Will he
something
require
to it.
164?
And when you speak to James in an environment sort of away from darts, and you talk
92.
about it, he will tell you quite honestly that he had a massive impact.
Everybody needs that bit of tutelage every now and again, someone to just tap you on the shoulder and say, okay.
Well, you look at Ronnie O'Sullivan and Ray Reardon, and Terry Griffiths for Stephen Hendry.
44.
Absolutely.
I'm sure that
Will he
is
require
replicated
72?
in the world of golf.
Everybody needs a Mr. Miyagi in their life. Double 16.
Game shot on the
And
fifth leg. Willie
unbelievably,
Borland.
Willie Borland is in front when he was staring down the barrel of 3-0.
Yeah, should have been 3-0, or could have been 3-0.
Sixth leg, it's Willie to throw
He
first.
has responded
Game
in
on.
some style and is now, in the space of 3 minutes or so, throwing for the match.
81.
And that is what happens when you play a quick player, and they sort of bamboozle you, and you go from being in a winning position or a controlling position to where Hudson
81.
finds himself right now.
Have you ever seen that gif on social media of George Noble when he's walking around the stage like he's a lost puppy? No pun
125.
intended, because he's called the puppy. But that's kind of how Peter Hudson feels right now, because he's been spun around like a spinning top.
Yep.
140.
He's still averaging in excess of 90. We've had 26, make that 27 scores of a ton or
140.
more. 14 for Willie, 13 for Peter.
And no maximums.
Now, not a max in sight. I thought that was right on cue there, Nico. It usually flies in as soon as we mention there's not been one. Well, there might not
Will
be
he
time for
require
one.
155.
If Borland can knock about this 155.
Not meant to be, but he
139.
gets the booby prize of a leave on double eight, and
140.
Peter Hudson will be feeling dizzy unless he gets this. Gave it every chance and just clattered into his own barrel.
100.
I reckon 2 millimeters to the right, and
Will
that
he
is
require
snagged in.
16?
Double eight, and
Game
Borland wins
shot.
again.
And the match,
From
Willie
2-0
Borland.
down, he wins by 4 legs to 2, and in a flash, he gets to 4 points and is looking very buoyant for a chance to be in the top 2 overnight. But we've still got a long way to go, and it will be the end of the 1/3 point of our action today when we see Prakash Jiwa and Philip Van Gassa play in the next game.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
board 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley. And board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So we're seeing some standards being bared here. Willie Borland beating Peter Hudson 4-2. Both players have averages in excess of 90. And once again, Willie Borland winning a match with an impressive leg, a 13 tarter there. Next up for us, Philip Van Hassel up against Prakash Jiwal, our fifth game of the day. These are Prakash Jiwal's stats sent from his previous appearances here at the Super Series and at the Live League back in Southampton. He's been a regular campaigner with us here right from the outset. But what are we going to see from him on this appearance, I wonder? He's preparing for the World Cup of Darts in a couple of weeks' time and preparing to talk over all the action. Paul Nicholson, Chris Mason.
Yes, he is in preparation for the World Cup, Henry. And it's a very different game that he's playing today, though. This is singles. In the World Cup, he will play only pairs. He will like to play multiple matches. India don't have a great deal of success in the tank when it comes to World Cup darts. But he's been chomping at the bit for years to try and get that chance. He now has that chance coming up. But this is really important to get the confidence that he needs to help himself and Amit Gilitwala possibly beat whoever they draw. As for Belgium, the country of Philip Van Hasse, they will go in as one of the favourites with Kim Huybrechts, a title winner this year, and of course, Dimitri van den Berg, who is currently in New York City.
First leg, it's Philip to throw first. Game on.
Nice.
It'll be warm.
Yeah.
If not very, very hot.
Well, it's amazing the
81.
so many years that we travelled over to, and I'm on about decades and decades of darts in America and a massive travelling darting community going
140.
all over America and Canada. For whatever reason, this move to Madison Square Garden in New York has worked.
85.
It's just the continuing media attention. Ariel Helwani, who's well, he has this massive show on MMA that he does on YouTube and other outlets. He started tweeting about, he somehow randomly ended up being on watching DAZN in America and watching the final between MVG and Michael Smith, and he was hooked. And he actually did, when Michael was in Bahrain, they had this Zoom interview that
81.
gathered massive traction. On the show, either yesterday or the day before, Michael Smith and MVG was actually in the MMA Hour studio discussing darts. Now this has a platform where well over 1 million people will watch that.
Darts is definitely going in the right direction in many different facets.
59.
And in many different countries.
And yesterday, Gedwin Price and Luke Humphreys were at the training facility of the New York Jets.
Playing darts with the players.
On their practice pitch. Or should I say field.
Prakash require 84.
Got to get it right. Got to get the vernacular right. This is a board, by the way. This is not a pitch. It's not a field. But this is barbecue sauce.
59.
But they're having a pitch
Philip,
on
you
the board.
require 80.
Another one of those, please. For a tops that is not ideal.
60.
Give it a good chance. Good line, just
Prakash, you
ran out
require
of power at the
25.
end.
A pitch on the board trying to find the hole.
Game
That's
shot
a
on the
beautiful,
first leg.
beautiful
Prakash
shot from
Jiwa.
Prakash. Gets his second leg of the day. That's a 17-darter, and that's more like the kind of level that you're
Second
going
leg is
to need in
Prakash
this
to throw
group if you're going to
first.
worry people.
Game
You
on.
must complete legs, in my opinion, in 6 visits. If you're not, you're in trouble.
Agreed.
41.
And you'll have spells and you'll have groups, but if you have ambitions of coming out of a group and winning a week,
81.
then I'm with you. It's got to be whether it comes in 16, 17 or 18 darts, which is a massive difference in terms of averages. That sort of range goes from nearly
41.
94 down to the 80s. But if you're getting it done, you're going to give yourself chances.
100.
It's like I keep saying, and when I'm coaching young kids who are obsessed with averages, I always ask them the same question: what's the difference between a 13-darter and a 15-darter? And they always say,
140.
well, 13 is 2 darts fewer than 15, and it's a bigger average. And I say there's no difference.
No.
Because you've still completed the leg in 5 visits. It doesn't matter whether it's 13, 14 or
100.
15. It's getting it done in the right amount of turns.
Yeah.
And there's 15 in difference in the average between
137.
13 and 15. It really doesn't matter.
Nope.
It's why James Wade has been so great over the last 20 years, because he's completed legs at the back end.
60.
More 15s than 13s.
Prakash, you
more
require
18s than
142.
16s. Doesn't matter.
Still 5 and 6 turns.
That's a good first start. And this is actually his biggest finish ever with us. And he's got
Game
it
shot on
again.
the second leg.
And he's done
Prakash
it the
Jiwa.
sexy way. Brilliant from Prakash Jiwa. That might just be check out of the
Third
week
leg is
right there.
Philip to throw first. Game on.
Mentioned the turns, Nico. Well, that was done in 5.
59.
So a 15 darter. The previous leg, a 17 dart breaker throw, breaks down to an average of 16 darts, which is exactly what we were talking about, 93, 94.
100.
And he can maintain this. He may not have done it with us over the long course.
Well,
But put him in a game where he's comfortable with the pace.
140.
And he's got that first game out of the way, because most of the time when you haven't played here for a few weeks,
Yeah,
that first game doesn't feel very good. You'll feel more comfortable now.
you just need a settler. I mean, in terms of his
100.
ceiling, his highest recorded average in official competition, 103.35. Does have a 9 darter on the resume.
118.
He's got something that I've never done, or Luke Humphreys has ever done, because that's something we talked about earlier in the week.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
9 darters are not something
95.
that everybody gets. Peter Manley, world number 1, Las Vegas Desert Classic champion. No 9 darters on record. Some near misses.
121.
I would have loved to have seen him hit that bullseye for the 141 though. When he went 51 tops bull at the match play. That was a great attempt.
Yeah, that would have been the
81.
best
Philip
9
requires 63.
in terms of the execution.
At least 45, so he might use the 13s again. That's a good dart.
31.
Now, I said that 142 was
Prakash, you
particularly
require
amorous.
125.
This one is just as sexy, Nico.
Not with a 20 in it.
No.
It's where
60.
his lie of dart, he wants
Philip,
it to
you
be
require
bottom
32.
right. You've got to hit the ball first.
Game shot on the third leg.
Philip's found
Philip Van
a
Hasser.
16 darter himself. So we're following a bit of a pattern in this one. Winning legs in this contest from all
Fourth leg
players.
is Prakash to throw first.
Averaging 16
Game
darts.
on.
Correct. 48 darts used. their entirety to
100.
complete 3 legs.
Got a few nations represented in this one as well. You've got Scotland,
125.
Belgium, India, England. Very cosmopolitan time here at the MODUS Super Series.
You're going to
41.
get more so.
Yeah, we don't have any Aussies this week, which is the first time in this series without an Australian playing. I'm sure there are some Australians
100.
watching though, sneakily late at night.
Well, there's a few new names qualified for this week's action
60.
in the World Series in America, and there's certainly new names to me, even when I've seen them on the CDC. And I'm fascinated
43.
to see how they respond in that big environment in the Madison Square Garden. I certainly think there's
140.
more scope to get more of them over here.
I think one of those players got a late call-up as well, didn't they? They weren't supposed to be in the event, but they were first reserve, and they have been given the call. I don't know the full story yet, but
Prakash, you require
I'll
160.
bring that up if needs be. 160 for Jiwa.
Well, if Peter Satira is watching, let us know the inside track on that.
Philip,
You
you
know, he
require
shares a name with the lead singer
132.
of Chicago. That band that sang all those love songs.
I didn't know that.
Peter Cetera. And he also did Glory for Love, which is the title track to Karate Kid 2.
Yes.
54.
As soon as you mentioned that,
Prakash,
now I
you
know
require
exactly what you're on
100.
about.
More 20s needed, and it's 2 more we need.
80.
And he only got the 1.
Philip, you require
So
78.
Philip can do exactly what Boland did in the previous game and bring things level after 4 after being 2-0 down. Wonderful
Game
shot.
on the
That's a
fourth
classy
leg.
shot
Philip
from
Van Hasser.
Philip Van Gasser. 2-2. Now, just before we went on the air for this one,
Fifth
I
leg, it's Philip
stuck
to
my
throw
neck
first.
out and I said,
Game on.
I've got a funny feeling Van Gasser's going to win this one. And Chris
did.
Mason said,
No. Not even a no.
100.
still going with Prakash.
Still.
I would say one thing, though, because this equipment that Prakash is
43.
using it's quite unusual. Quite a bulbous barrel, moulded flight. What looks like a pop-on stem. I think it has a somewhat reactive element towards the top.
140.
Yeah, I've seen that from a few players now, and I want to know whether it's
60.
just something that maybe have a little bit of give in it.
Yeah. But the interesting thing for me, and again I'm using my movie knowledge here, is that Prakash's barrels
100.
are actually reminding me of R2-D2 from Star Wars.
100. Philip,
Yeah.
you require 161.
Yeah.
I'll leave it up to social media to put Prakash's
need
darts
John
next to
Pa-
R2-D2.
We need John Park playing with a set of those.
90.
Philip's taking control of the game. And after 12 darts, leaving 71, that's a really good effort. He needs big, and it wasn't big enough
125.
for the man from
Philip,
India.
you
Was there a
require
case
71.
to go for the 18s there? It looked fairly...
Looks fairly populated in that treble 20.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Wow.
a
Shot on the
wonderful
fifth leg.
shot from
Philip Van
Philip.
Hasser.
That's 3 on the spin for him, Nico.
Now all of a sudden he's starting to play well earlier in the day.
Yep.
Over the last 2 days, he's got
Sixth
better
leg
and
is
better as the
Prakash to
days
throw
gone
first.
on. He's
Game
taken
on.
advantage of the lack of endurance sometimes from some of the other players. But this is a good game earlier. And
41.
I hasten to say, maybe mornings didn't suit him.
Well, we did discuss that with all of that group. What would their response be when playing at a more natural
100.
time for a player? Of course, the Pro Tours now start at 1 o'clock.
Do you think that is the right time?
I think it's optimum.
140.
Optimum is good.
Yeah, I don't think it's a particularly optimum time to play on TV.
100. 100.
The only advantage being when you're on first, which is normally 1 o'clock, you know when you're on. But I think if you're prepped right and you sort of go to bed early and
100.
wake up fairly early and you sort of get your body up to speed and put the right kind of practice in, eat the right kind of foods.
I hear a lot of complaints from certain players
100.
about start times. It goes on and on and on. But if you look at snooker players starting a World Championship match in the morning, you look at Open Championship golfers teeing off at 6 a.m., things aren't too bad in
50.
darts, actually.
No, I don't think so.
Well, last year when Paul Lawrie hit the first tee shot at St Andrews, there was still fog on the ground.
140. Prakash, you require
It's
170.
has to go, Nico. Or yet again this week. It pains me to say it.
Well, pains me to say it, because if he'd hit that, I
45.
wouldn't have said barbecue sauce.
Philip,
I
you
would have said
require
curry sauce.
61.
Double 18.
Game.
What a
shot,
display of
and the match,
finishing
Philip Van
from
Hasse.
Philip Van Hasse. That is his best performance of the week, and the most emphatic, because he was 2-0 down and he's won 4 straight legs for the first time this week when he's been behind. So things are looking bright for the Belgian, and the man from Coventry has got problems because he has lost his first 2 matches today. That one is won by 4 legs to 2 for Philip.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we saw Philip Van Hasse get the better of Prakash Shiwa by 4 legs to 2 in our 5th game of the day. And already we're raring towards the end of the second round of fixtures. We told you a bit fast, we told you to be furious, and it continues here. Kevin Painter in action up against Scott Baker. Watching this one in the comms booth, it's Paul and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. And if this one is fast and furious, I suppose in the grand scheme of said franchise, this is Fast and Furious 6. I'm not really sure what happened in Fast and Furious 6. I have seen them all, but this one is the artist versus the mod. I like it. 2 very, very big images in the sport. 2 big brands up against each other. And we know who's going to dictate the pace, or who's going to be the fastest at least. But right
First
now,
leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
you
Game
have
on.
to say that Painter's got to find a win soon, otherwise he'll be in the same position as Group A.
Yeah, and good to see you sticking with the same setup he
85.
used from match 1 of the day, which for Kevin was against a very, very good
59.
and unplayable Willie Borland at times. He went down 4-1, averaged 84.35, missed a couple of doubles, and that sort of got him
40.
bogged down in the match.
Yeah, 6 attempts at a double. 1 hit.
140.
Just needs to be a little bit sharper than that. If you're going to get chances, and you're up against people who have got the likelihood of massive scoring like Borland and Baker.
43.
Yeah, well, normally this Group C is usually slightly easier because Group B, of course, has players from
98.
position 2 and 3 from Group A, so they've just narrowly missed out on winning the group. But this Group C is a real toughie.
100.
I think the stats prove it as well. We can talk about reputation all we like.
Well, there's no winning average, Nico, anywhere near under 90.
I think if we were in a courtroom right now, I'd be saying, I rest my case, Your Honour.
46.
90 is still a good benchmark
Scott, you
for
require
performance at this
144.
level. But as far as Scott Baker's concerned, he's just playing better than that.
Game shot on the
And
first
that's
leg.
amazing.
Scott
A
Baker.
144. He is speeding up like a Kawasaki Ninja, not
Second
a
leg is
Lambretta,
Scott to throw first.
of which I
Game
think
on.
he's got 2 Vespas, hasn't he?
He has.
He'd make a Vespa look really cool.
180.
And he's going to do the reverse 9 darter here. He's going to go in at 177 now.
96.
Because if we play it backwards, we get a 9 darter. Oh, he's just let me down. He could have done something that even
100.
Michael van Gerwen hasn't done. Kevin Painter is a
129.
heavyweight dart player, has been for 30 years. But right now, it feels like Scott is dancing around him, just
60.
not even laying a glove on him, just teasing him a little bit. And I think the pace of this game does suit Kevin because it gives him less thinking time.
139. Scott, you
Yeah, I
require
agree.
161.
He's just getting on with it.
60.
That was a risky last start.
Kevin, you require
He was trying to leave
137.
61. By not getting the treble, he's left himself still in 3 dart range. Painter can't answer the 144 with a 137. He's missed the
77.
board with the last dart.
Scott, you require 101.
So far today, Paul, the average of the winning average for the day
61.
is
Kevin, you require
93.79.
60.
That is a seriously high standard.
Yes, it is. Now, Kevin cost himself a dart double by missing the board
Game
in the
shot in the
previous
second
visit,
leg.
but it means
Kevin
absolutely
Painter.
nothing now. That's a bit more sharp.
Yeah, 14 dart, break back.
Third leg is Kevin to throw first.
Baker missing
Game
one
on.
at tops for 2-zip.
You and I walked to the venue today, Chris, and I said it's a sunglasses day. Well, it's always a sunglasses day when
140.
Kevin's wearing those shoes. Those shoes are brighter than the
60.
prospects of Josh Rock. That's pretty bright. His demeanour and his focus looks better
100.
today. Even though he's lost his first game, he's got that little chuntering going on, just reminding himself of that good rhythm.
41.
If he can maintain this, I think points are inevitable.
Like I say, he doesn't have a lot of thinking time here because of the pace being set by Scott Baker, and I think it's suiting him.
76.
You are a massive advocate for the next statement, which is styles make fights.
Absolutely.
Styles and rhythms of dart matches,
140.
it gives you the same thing.
Yeah, 100%. There's evidence for that. May go ball.
I like bull here. Try and take the bullseye out of the next shot.
Yes.
99.
Now it's still active if Baker goes and hits a 140 or something like that.
Exactly. You're going to end up throwing at the smallest target at the board.
60.
I mean, even if he just picks
Kevin,
up
you
a
require
25, I mean, it's all
86.
immaterial now, but trouble 20.
54.
At least he was given the luxury of being able to do that.
Yeah.
taking the lead here in round 2.
100.
Has been a bit of a
Kevin, you
poison
require
chalice.
32.
Is it going to be the same for
Game
Baker?
shot in the third
Because
leg.
he was
Kevin
1-0 up with
Painter.
that 144 checkout, and since then, Painter has taken the next 2.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Peter led 2-0 and lost 4-2 to Willie.
140.
And then Philip was 2-0 down to Prakash and lost 4-2.
You don't see many players
96.
these days with that kind of wrist jewellery that Kevin's got on. I know it's not on his throwing hand.
60.
I never understood Martin Adams having
I know.
that bracelet going up and down his arm.
That would absolutely have driven me to distraction. I couldn't have anything on my throwing hand.
Didn't
or
Trina
arm.
have something on her
Yep.
right arm as well?
140.
I remember once that Kevin Painter did an exhibition on a Trina Gulliver tour.
41.
He was the accompaniment to Trina Gulliver going around.
Yeah, remember that. It was like a roadshow thing, wasn't it?
45.
Indeed. It was around 20 years ago. He went to the nearest social club to where I was living as well.
140.
Couldn't get a ticket because people were swarming on those tickets. But it was at the Bedlington Station Club, which is a stone's throw, or should I say a
50.
dart's throw, from the houses
Scott,
of
you
Callum
require
Ridds and
120.
Chris Dobie.
Well,
Game shot on the fourth
wow,
leg.
how
Scott
quick
Baker.
was that? Well, yeah, most. I mean, I went to this stage where it was a battle between who was the
Fifth leg, it's
best
Kevin
in
to
my
throw first.
county.
Game on.
For Callan and Chris Dobie, it's about who's the best in the street.
Yeah, it was the same for Luke Humphreys, actually, because
95.
he had somebody join the tour that was from the same area. And it's happening an awful lot more these days. I mean, from Tipton, you've got
100.
Jamie Hughes
Yep.
and Scott Baker.
Yeah, and within that same catchment, you got Ian Jones, Nick Fulwell, Wayne Jones,
And then you got 2 players from
Jason
rugby.
59.
Jason Lowe.
Yeah, there's 2 players from rugby in this group. In Prakash Jiwa and Kevin Painter. Now, Kevin's originally from Essex, of course. Has lived in Cambridgeshire too.
140.
But dwells at his house in Rugby, which is not far from Prakash.
45.
Scott Baker about to take control of the match. Has control of the leg. Oh, that was a... He's just so quick to make
121.
those adjustments. He just doesn't move.
I don't know if you've ever noticed as well that
90.
Baker's got
Scott, you
a
require
very narrow
140.
stance. Feet are almost glued together.
Very old school.
60.
The only person I can think of who's got a stance that narrow is Dimitri Vandenberg. It's quite rare. And you've got to have really good core strength and stability to be able to stay still while throwing darts.
Yeah, well, they can't lean in, so it's very upright. I'm saying he was reminiscing over a time when he was having a practice on the Pro Tour with Ryan Searle, and they had to
133.
go with each other's darts.
Scott, you
and
require 80.
sort of the lightest darts on tour and the heaviest. He said I couldn't even get him anywhere near
Game shot on the fifth leg. Scott
anywhere near the
Baker.
treble 20. They were landing closer to the ball. Yeah, and by comparison, Ryan Searle was aiming for a treble 20 and they were going over tops.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw
14 grams
first.
for Scott
Game
Baker.
on.
If you double that, you still are 4 grams short of Ryan Searle's first dart. And you have to pay tribute to Baker because he was 2-1 down. He's won the last 2 and started well here in leg 6. This is another good performance.
93.
I said 14 grams. That last leg was 14 darts. The leg before that was a 15. The current average
60.
is 97.6.
Doubling. Baker has been so good today. In his first game, he was 50%. 4 hits from 8. In this one, he's 3
133.
from 4. Painter hasn't even missed a double, and he's still behind.
100.
It's getting heavily outscored, especially when you look at the 140 column, Nico. 7-2 in favour of Baker.
Well, let's put something into perspective, shall we?
130.
Because Kevin's done something very correct there in leaving 145. Could have been 170, of course, but only once this
60.
week. Painter has averaged over
Kevin,
90.
you require
Only once,
145.
and he lost that game.
He's averaging close to 90 here. May lose this one. 89.81 currently, KP. Treble 16 for tops. Or treble 20, double 14. The smaller adjustment. I like it. Have some
Game
of that,
shot on the sixth
KP.
leg. Kevin Painter.
A 12 dart break of throw with a 1-4-5 checkout.
Quality
Seventh and
wise,
final leg. It's Kevin to
throughout,
throw first.
from
Game
both
on.
players. Best game of the week. For me, anyway, because
Well
that
done.
145 was absolutely monstrous. And I think he might have found something, you know, with that treble 19.
171.
Take your matters, Razma. Leave him on the shelf. Painter's now the king of the 57.
60.
Oh, a match that's seen 7 darts thrown at a double, 6 have been hit. High finishes of 144 and 145. And a match that has had
58.
25 scores of a ton or more.
Do you know what, mate? It brought a chuckle to my face just for a second.
180.
As we get our second maximum from Baker in this match. Having said that, we have had a maximum on treble 19, which leads me to the very small story of Dave Pallett
41.
in Southampton, who hit a 171 to start the leg. Then he got another one to leave 159 after 6.
Yeah.
He can't get a 9-darter,
100.
and he knew it. He was just trying to play with us.
Well, he'd love another 9 count on the 19s. It would leave
133. Scott, you require 161.
This is a game of cricket and darts. He'd be loving that treble 19. Oh, it's a bullseye shot for the match.
136.
Wow, that would have been some ending.
Kevin, you require 98.
Well, if he gets a dart at treble 19, which you will hope, can he make it 4 out of 4? He may stay there. Yeah, I don't blame him.
That was a really good try.
58.
And the fact that Painter has
Scott,
had
you
the darts
require
in this last
25.
leg and not got a shot at a double might be his downfall.
Game.
What a
shot,
game.
And a match.
What a
Scott
brilliant
Baker.
game. And even though Kevin Painter lost that, he can take a lot of credit away from it. He put everything into it. He had 3 darts at double. He hit them all. And the fact that he didn't get a 4th is the only reason that Scott Baker took the points. That was game of the week by an absolute mile for me. And Scott Baker wins again to join Willie Borland on 4 points. What a game it was.
Welcome back to the Super Series. What a session we're enjoying so far here in Group C, and what a game we've just witnessed between Scott Baker and Kevin. It's that good, I can't even get my words out here up on the balcony, but it was Scott Baker who got the better of the artist by 4 legs to 3, a game which featured 3 ton-plus checkouts as well. That culminates the second round of fixtures for the group. Let's have a look then and see how the table looks following the conclusion of those games, and as you can see, it is the Mod and Willie Borland who have won both of their matches. It's nicely uniformed at this early stage. 2 players on 4, 2 players on 2, and Painter and Jiwa yet to get off the mark, but they'll be looking to do exactly that when we return. And that's going to be just after 3 o'clock, and Jiwa up and Painter are going to be facing off up against each other to pick up those first points in that particular group. But as I say, we are midway through our action here at the MODUS Super Series, and from 3 o'clock we're going to be joining our friends at Sporty Stuff TV for the conclusion of the action here, and then for the start of Group B. Remember, that is a 10 o'clock start this evening here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And we've got quite the cast list as well for that particular occasion. We've got Adam Litscombe, the local star. Colin Osborne's going to be joining us, an absolute legend of this competition. Ryan Finesse, one of the local stars here, and of course they are going to be joined by the other 2 players who dropped out of Group A, which include Kevin Blommer and Martijn Dracht. So that is going to be our 10 o'clock darting treat for you tonight here at the MODUS Super Series. But we're going to head over to our friends at Sporty Stuff TV at 3 o'clock. But before we do that, a reminder, all the players will work if their place at Champions Week. Neil Duff booked his place there on Saturday night, and here was how we did it. I was in comms with Chris Mason. That beautiful cup is going to be someone's possession by the end of play tonight. It's been something Neil Duff has eyed up in more ways than one. But it's tonight the night. He finally claims that weekly win that he has craved so much.
Can it be all right on the night? It's certainly not a final I personally anticipated.
97.
Especially when Neil Duff was 3-0 down against Stuart White, and especially after this man, Bradley Roos, lost his opening game 4-1 in, well, it was a bit of a whimper. He averaged 75-85, only got 2 darts at a double, but he was beaten 4-1 by this man.
At the beginning of the night, you'd be right to say that Neil Duff would go off the favour, but if you actually look on the nightly statistics, it all favours Bradley Roos. A nightly average of 90.77. That includes the 75 average he had in the first game against Neil. In terms of the doubles, he's missed just 3 all night, 9 out of 12 when it comes to the outer ring, and he's had 3 checkouts of a ton or more.
70.
By contrast, Neil Duff has a nightly average of 86.84. When it's come to the doubling, 11 out of 28. And in fact, his highest checkout this evening is 60.
39.
Not really a checkout, is it? Well, I suppose it is.
Didn't make checkout of the week.
No.
44.
The 1-2-1 from this man certainly would have against Denon in his semi-final.
134. 60.
So Duff first to a finish in this opening leg. Bradley looking to chase and looking to leave it handy. If he can find another treble, there'll be
100.
acres of pressure on this 130 for Neil Duff. It'll be his biggest finish of the night, his first ton topper of the night. Treble 20 would have left the ball, and so Rose will return for 86.
45.
I was going to say, and what a time to get your first
86.
ton plus out. We talk often about timing. Bradley
61.
was perfect, of course, in terms of checkouts against Stuart White earlier. 4 out of 4. Tops.
Game shot of the first leg.
That will almost feel like a breaker throw rather than a hold.
Second leg, Bradley to...
But nonetheless, it is Duff who's on the board. He takes the opening rubber against Roos. Now, he has picked up titles on the Lakeside stage. We've mentioned it in the build-up to
60.
this particular contest. But in terms of senior darts, in terms of men's darts, this is the biggest game that he's ever played. And that comes with a different type of pressure,
95.
especially when you consider the monetary value as well in terms of this game, not just here, but going forward.
$140.
Said before, you've got to win the biggest open of them all to replicate
60.
the similar amount of money on offer to the winner of this one. The Dutch Open's €5,000, the winner.
In fact, a win here tonight would match the total that Bradley won
96.
by winning the Lakeside Youth title last year. That was a £5,000 cheque in itself.
$140.
Neil Duff had a 0 on the end of his particular cheque for winning on that night.
Well, if he wins, if he can go on and win this match,
139.
and then win Champions Week, that will be his second highest cash. Treble 18, Beautiful.
174.
174
requires
to leave
66.
32.
Question is he going to get a go? 66 for Bradley. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double 18 to level up.
30.
2 darts have come and gone. He's had
Neil
3
requires
darts.
32.
A double in total in this match. The opportunity to win both legs. And Dove comes back for a potential 5-visit leg. If he can find double 16 to double his lead, to find the break of
Angel, the second
throw.
leg,
And the Duff
Neil
man is
Duff.
in full control and full command of this final. He could well be 2 legs away from a darting destiny.
Greg Neal to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that was all down to the 171 previous visit to leave that 32.
100. $60.
This is where Neil Duff really
85.
starts to turn the screw.
This is where his experience really begins to kick in.
60.
Lost in the final in Series 2. That was in week 11. Beaten by Johnny Haynes on that particular occasion. He's had a couple of semi-finals here as well.
140.
Never more than now has he been closer to that elusive weekly win.
And there will be some emotion and
58.
relief, I should imagine, if he manages to cross the line. He's in a great position to put himself within one leg of doing just that, averaging
60.
just north of 90. And these matches all about getting to that winning line and crossing it.
80. Neil require 160.
How much will those 2 darts at double 18 come back to cross Bradley Roos in the end? He's got 6 from here, Neil Duff, to open up a 3-0 lead. Tops is what he wants.
96.
We'll be back at 10s for 3-0. Doubling thus far, 2 from 5, 40%.
100. Neil require 20.
One left at double 5.
10.
Doesn't go, and this may well be
Bradley require 100.
a seismic moment, and well, he's been forced to take out shots like this one for free. It's still on.
$87. Neil require 10.
Been his friend this week.
Game shot on the third leg.
Eventually
Neil Duff.
finds the double. A long leg in the end. But he is now One away.
Blake Bradley to throw first.
501 points
Game on.
away from finally making it there.
How much does Bradley have left to offer?
He could be really proud of what he's done this week, because in Group A he struggled at times, and we spoke about sometimes the body language and things like that, but he recovered very well in his Group C campaign to qualify for tonight, and after a slow start against Neil, recovered very well.
Oh, it was back-to-back top-class performances.
83.
Neil Duff, of course, vastly more experience
60.
than the young 18-year-old.
Nothing beats knowing what it's like to be in this situation. He's won many Opens aside from that Lakeside success.
100.
He knows what it's like to be one leg away, to be 501 points away from picking up a title.
100.
And he's trying to draw on every single acre of that experience. Bradley, though, has 182 to claw one back.
60.
Going to put a hole in this. Make a ball.
105.
Sensible thinking, because
122.
he leaves himself the opportunity of getting two at a double. Had he found a single 20, of course, it would have been 101. Ball.
Game shot of the fourth
Found.
leg, Bradley.
How big could that be? That's a fourth ton-plus checkout of the night for Bradley Roos. And could that be
Fifth leg
the
Neil
beginning
to
of a comeback
Rothos.
charge? But
Game
Neil
on.
Duff now has the darts to lift the title.
Well, the 1-2-1 was massive against Dennant, wasn't it?
100.
Well, that one was huge because it's kept him in this final.
However, starts off trebleless. You could hear the groan of frustration. Duff senses opportunity. And may well be making the march towards the line now.
It's
It's his first max. He hit a 174, of course, in leg 2
60.
to leave double 16, which he took him 15 darts to take a 2-0 lead.
He's 161 points away now. And he is going to get at least 6 to get it done.
58. Neil, you require 161.
Gonna say, will he try and do it in style with Bradley so far back? But at the moment,
26.
oh dear, 26 the hard way.
$140. Neil, you require 135.
Doesn't have to go for the bullseye here if he doesn't want to. How is he feeling? He was feeling confident.
Single 18 means he comes
95.
back with 3 in hand at tops to pick up his first Super Series title.
And perhaps it would be fitting
25.
that the double that won him the Lakeside
Neil, you
title
require 40.
wins him the weekly title. He has waited so long for this opportunity. And it's his
Shot.
destiny
And the
for
match,
Duff.
MODUS Super
And
Series
after
Week
all
3
the toil
champion,
and troubles
Neil
and all the
Duff.
heartache and heartbreak, Neil Duff has finally found his way into Champions Week. Good afternoon from the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. We are midway through our action on Thursday afternoon here on the sun-kissed south coast here in Portsmouth. Paul Nicholson has been watching all the action down in the commentary box, and we've played 2 rounds of our fixtures so far here in Group C. And as the results come on the screen now, we've seen some really impressive stuff.
Yes, we have. It's all been very, very quick as well, and it makes it even more watchable. But a great start from Peter Hudson. He was superb against Prakash Jiwa. Willie Borland, fabulous against Painter, and also against Peter Hudson when he was 2-0 down. He went absolutely crazy after that. But what we've seen is a really good steady display from Philip van Gassa as well against Jiwa, and he was behind. But that game we had with Painter and Baker, that was the best game of the week for me. It was a great tussle, and Kevin was quite unfortunate not to get a match start.
To a certain extent, is it going out to plan as you thought at the beginning of the day? The 2 players who were favourites, Willie Borland and Scott Baker, really impressing?
Yeah, I'd have to say so. I think sometimes certain players like Willie, like Scott, like Ricky Evans, for instance, on the PDC Tour, they get labelled as quick players, but people forget about their quality as well. And we have seen the quality today, and they were favoured. But now we've got to see a reaction from the rest of them. It's got to be quick, otherwise they might find themselves in a position that will be insurmountable over the next day and a half.
Well, this is how the table looks then following 2 rounds of fixtures for every player. It's nice and uniformed on this table. Willie Borland and Scott Baker both winning their 2 matches. Hudson and Van Gassa winning 1 game. And then we've got Painter against Jiwa without a win. And how uniform this table is the next few fixtures are basically the players in those point slots going up against each other.
Yeah, it's worked out pretty well. But when you think about, say, Painter and Jiwa, and they're coming up after this game, of course. But Hudson and Van Gassa, one of them's going to get to 4 points, and already the bottom 2 are chasing 3 people with 2 wins ahead of them. It's getting hard for them already, so the boys who live in rugby, they're going to have to start kicking and start passing.
It's getting to the point where, isn't it, where the table could really detach into 2. And this is a short course race. We speak about the rule of 3, and potentially someone could be cut adrift right away. Yeah,
it happened in Group A, and we saw that it was pretty much there from Tuesday lunchtime. But from here on out, some of these guys have got to set themselves a target, and they're going to have to attain it. Otherwise, they'll be left behind.
How big could Borland Baker be? Could that be the one that kind of sets one person as the person to beat in the group?
Maybe in round 3, we're starting to see the favourite in this group. I don't think it's at the stage yet where they're going to be separating themselves. But I guarantee one thing, it will be tomorrow.
It most certainly is. Well, let's get into the action then for the rest of our afternoon. We kick off with Peter Hudson, the Rock, in action. He takes on Philip van Gassa. The Belgian Paul Nicholson is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Chris Mason. Hello, Chris.
Good afternoon, Henry. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV. And they've just come in from maybe a bit of sun in the garden. Enjoy an afternoon of darts with us here at the Super Series. This is match number 7 of 15 on the opening day of Group C. It is Peter Hudson against this man, Philip van Gassa. This is a 24-gram Loxley dart, a former Belgium international, against Peter Hudson from the Greater Manchester area, from Eccles. And for our viewers on YouTube, maybe in America, we do have a thing called an Eccles cake.
What's your favourite cake, mate?
First leg, it's Peter to throw first.
You can't say birthday.
Game on.
I'm a huge fan. Yeah, birthday cake. No, at my age, mate, I'm not a fan of birthdays. Full stop. Never mind cake. I am a big fan of Black Forest Gatto.
Retro, but
Yeah.
coming back into fashion.
45.
Seeing a bit more.
Kirsch.
Yeah, again a bit kitsch.
Yeah. No, I do. I just love the flavour, and I love the aspects of the chocolate and the cream and the
60.
cherries. Yeah, I do. I quite like a few old school desserts. Don't mind a chocolate eclair from time to time, a custard slice.
Well, that brings me to something that
93.
happened to me in Belgium very recent, actually. And
Well, they're famous for their desserts.
yes,
aren't
they are. I was at a tournament in Visa in Belgium. Wonderful place that hosts the Belgian Darts Open,
45.
which was won this year by Michael van Gerwen. And just around the corner from the venue is this lovely place called the Visa Bakery. And they have the most ridiculous custard eclairs with a
58.
chocolate top. And they are to die for. And let's face it, if one of our games is going to be a custard eclair, it was game 6.
Yeah, it was with cherries on top.
81.
It had just so much in the way of sweetness to it. But I've just run into Kevin Painter in the back there, and he just said, I'm not really sure how I lost it. Because if you look at his
60.
statistics, he was 100% on doubles. He had his best average of the week. And he had the darts in the last leg and still lost, but he didn't get a match dart.
Yeah, well, he was comprehensively
60.
outscored for the vast majority of that match. It really was the finishing that kept him in, and he was 3 out of 3 in that one. But yeah, every part of the game you look at, it was a 171 from Painter. There was a couple of 180s from Baker. Baker was 4 from 6 with a high finish of
85.
144, and he averaged 96.78 to Kevin's 91.85. But it was a fabulous game to watch and commentate on, as all the matches have been so far.
60.
Me and
PT
Nico
require
have crunched
160.
the numbers. Now, even the combined averages of players losing is 85, which normally 85 is someone's got a, well, we spoke about it earlier, didn't we? A running average of 85 will,
45.
over the course of 2 days in Group C, would normally see you at the top end of the table, if not winning it. But that's for the combined losing average. The combined winning average is 94.74.
Exactly.
PT require 115.
We're talking about an elite group here. We've already had our 3rd ton-plus average of the week from Scott Baker. We might get some more. But what we have in this first
75.
leg is a bit of a slow start.
Philip, you require
An
138.
outside chance for Philip. Still a chance.
Needed the second trouble 19 for double 12. But the players have
86.
also had a little bit of a
PT
break,
requires
so
40.
that may have upset the rhythm maybe and the focus.
Game shot in the
Great
first
shot
leg.
from Peter.
Peter
It's
Hudson.
an opening 23-dart leg. Now, at this point
Longest
of the...
leg of the day.
Well, there you go. That tells its own story.
Second leg is Philip to throw first. Game on.
One thing I'd like to say, though, this time last year, we were playing in a small studio in Southampton, and the room that they were playing in was very hard to
60.
ventilate because it didn't have any windows.
And it was soundproofed for
Yeah.
obvious reasons.
It was great for people to play in when the conditions outside were pretty tepid.
97.
The temperature is starting to rise here on the south coast. At this time of year, that studio was a little bit of a nightmare for the organisers. This place, I can assure you, if you're coming to play here over the next
100.
8 weeks, let's say, or if you're curious as to what the conditions are like here, I cannot remember somewhere in summer or late spring that felt as perfect as this.
83.
Yeah, it is that we were sat out there literally an hour before play started, and it is perfect.
100.
If there is an ideal ambient temperature to play in, that is it, whatever
Absolutely.
it is.
It's around that 18 to 22 degree mark where you don't feel hot, you don't feel cold, in fact, you don't
32.
feel anything apart from ready to play. Players have got nothing to complain about on this hockey. That's why so many interviews we've conducted with players when they've come here, they say,
140.
"Isn't it great playing here?"
Well, we spoke about optimum time to play, and well, the performance levels of today
45.
and the metrics sort of
Philip,
back
you
up
require
our,
101.
well, both of our feeling that this is the perfect time to play.
I agree. I think a 1 o'clock start is exactly what these people look for.
I mean, the early stages of playing at 10 at
89.
night are, they're okay, but it's when it sort of gets around the half 12, 1 a.m. that if you've not managed your time properly, you'll start to struggle.
I always say if you
100.
can't play at 11 o'clock at night, you're not going to win.
Philip, you require 12.
Agreed.
Double six.
Game shot in
And
the
it's a
second leg. Philip
16
Van
dart leg
Hasse.
for Philip van Gassen.
That's more on par with what we're seeing from the
Third leg is Peter
from
to
the
throw
winning
first.
players today.
Game on.
16 darter, of course, is an average of around 94.
It's been a bit of an up and down time for these two against each other this week because it is their fourth meeting. Hudson won the first couple.
43.
4-2 on Monday, 4-3 on Tuesday. But yesterday, everything reversed for two reasons. One, Philip starting to play a little better. And Peter was suffering from niggle yesterday. They would like to play each other minimum of 6 times this week. If they're playing a 7th, this will be the final.
Correct. Made Peter Hudson the big favourite for the tie.
59.
15, 11-8 for Philip.
Yeah, I think based on consistent level of play today, I think the bookies had it spot on there. 90.55 for the first win of the day for Peter. Then losing with a 92.5 in game 4. Yeah. It's nowhere near that in this game.
By comparison,
21.
Philip lost with an 84.78 and then won with a 91.16.
Now remember, everybody, if you are having a gamble this afternoon, or indeed wherever you are around the world, please gamble responsibly.
96.
It is for over 18s only in the UK, and begambleaware.org is the website you can use for more information.
And if you're a social media user, so are we here at
43. BT
MODUS
require
Super Series
157.
at MSS Darts, all one word, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. If you'd like to, well, if you've got any questions or comments for myself or Nico will have the app
30.
open. Send in your questions or comments on Twitter at MSS Darts, all one word.
Slightly awkward now. 182 the number, so it's got to be 18s.
79.
He was
BT
in
require
motion there and
127.
stopped himself. A nice sign of experience from Philip, who was staring down the barrel of a ton plus finish against him.
102.
Particularly,
Philip, you require 164.
Too casual.
Yeah, casual is the right word. I'm almost flummoxed as to why he was casual.
Maybe just trying to take the pressure off a bit.
Maybe.
82.
Figure out the mind of
BT
a dart player
require
at your
25.
peril.
Yeah, good luck with that. That is a minefield.
Game shot in
That's
the third
good.
leg. Peter
It's better than his
Hudson.
first leg, which was 23 darts. So I would assume that when he loses leg 4, leg
Fourth leg
5
is
will be a
Philip to throw
17 darter
first.
because I'm a
Game
big
on.
believer in sequences.
Same. And he'll win the match with the 14.
It's got a nice ring to it. Philip this week has been a
100.
chameleon, wearing different coloured shirts. He had green and red, blue on yesterday, and he's decided to go blue again. Whether that's superstition or not, I don't know, because sometimes players will wear the same colours that are more successful.
83.
Well, he'll be feeling blue if he doesn't win this game.
I like this shirt because it goes better with the flights. But weirdly,
60.
I've noticed that his darts are different today because they're not blue. He's using the same construct, but a more natural tungsten colour.
42.
And I think those flights would go well with the R2-D2 darts.
Yes, Prakash Jiwa using darts that look like a character from Star Wars.
140.
You'll see him in a couple of games' time in the Rugby Derby.
Massive match coming up next. Top of the table clash, and it has to be said, it's the two standout players so far today, both
93.
unbeaten, so one of their O's will go. Willie Boland faces off against Scotty Baker. Do not miss that.
Yes, and if you blink, you might.
Yeah, it's going to be that quick.
140.
If you are watching this with a bunch of friends, by the way, wherever you are in the world, have yourself a little sweepstake as to how long the next match will
96.
be, because they are two of the quickest players
Philip,
we
you
have
require 61.
at this level of darts.
Oh, two of the quickest in-world darts, aren't they? Tops.
41.
Peter can't pounce on 187.
Well, you love a sequence, and Peter's getting better in increments of 3. Well, it would have been Philip getting better in
66.
increments of 1 because he won leg
Philip,
2
you
in
require
16 and
20.
he's just missed a double to win in 15.
Game shot
But-
on the 4th leg. Philip Van
Well,
Hassen.
maybe that's his MO, 16 darters.
5th
So
leg
we
is Peter to
said-
throw first.
Looking into
Game
the
on.
mystic crystal ball of the Super Series here between Mace and Nico, that this is going to be a 17 darter for Peter Hudson. I wonder if the stars are right.
140.
I will laugh if it happens.
Oh no, it'd be that thing. This is pre-recorded.
59.
I wish it was. I'd be a billionaire.
do you know what? I don't often try and copy other people's lines from broadcasting, but like Martin Tyler says, and it's live.
41.
You can only watch it live once, Nico.
That's why we love it. I had a feeling about this. I was going to say this over the weekend, but all of us who work in
100.
sport, we're all romantics. We all have a bit of romance in sport. We like the story, and when that story happens, it gets the brain ticking over. It makes the tear ducts swell.
97.
For instance, when certain people win certain events, you think, oh, what a beautiful romantic story that is. And like Hendo winning the World Cup. If you didn't cry when he won that World Cup, there's something wrong with you.
Very much
60.
like Thornton winning the World Seniors. The
Yeah.
PDC one never quite happened for him. 19s.
59.
Now, what's he going to leave after 15? It's got to be a 2-darter for it to happen.
I'm calling it 140 and then double 12 of his second dart.
100. PT require
Let's find
164.
out. Oh, it's not going to happen,
No.
but he has to go downstairs, and the sequence is over.
45.
Well, if he'd have hit a treble 19 and left 82, it would have still been on.
The most important thing in the game right now is that he wins the
140.
leg.
PT require
Doesn't matter what number it's
119.
in.
Especially now with Philip waiting on 42.
He's in recovery mode,
81.
and he can't find a pulse on that
Philip, you
shot.
require 42.
Philip, to break, needs double 16. Could have been a 17-darter.
26. PT require
Well, the double
38.
16 was a wire bender.
And nobody likes a wire bender or a fender bender. But everybody likes a double 16. And that's a
Game shot on
really
the fifth
nice
leg.
kiss
Peter
into the 32
Hudson.
bed to give him 3-2. Feels like the longest game of the day, this one.
It is.
Sixth leg
Some of
is
the
Philip
games
to
we've
throw
seen
first.
completed
Game
in less
on.
than 8 minutes. What's your call on the next game then? Because I'm sure everybody watching on Sporty Stuff TV and the YouTube channel
60.
will have a number in their mind. How long will Boland Baker be? I'm going to go for, because I think it could be good. I'm gonna go for 8
100.
minutes, 58.
Well, I've written it down while you were thinking about it. 9 minutes was my pick because I think it's going to be 4-2.
180.
That is the first 180 of the game. And it could be telling as well, because if Van Gassa does get a win, he'll join the party on 4 points. And after 3 rounds, he'll be in the mix.
60.
Well, it was something you rightly predicted yesterday after watching this man in action over the course of 3 days, and he
100.
made too much of a slow start on Monday, and very much like Painter, just got bogged down at the bottom of the table. But you recognise those steady increments of
121.
improvement over the 3
Philip, you
days.
require 161.
Yeah, his average for the week coming into today wasn't impressive at just a shade over 80. but his daily averages
90.
had improved.
Day by day.
It did go down a little bit yesterday, but he improved from Monday to Tuesday. Regressed yesterday, but weirdly won more points.
140. Philip, you require 71.
Well, I think what brought his average down was poor finishing. But in terms of actual in the scoring phase
31.
of games, I thought he improved.
Peter, you require 80.
Created more chances.
This is a chance.
Game.
A chance
shot,
to keep the
and a
match alive, and it's
Peter
there
Hudson.
for Peter Hudson, who wins by 4 legs to 2. It's a wonderful display of finishing as well. 4 out of 9, and he's still shaking his head. I just don't know why he's shaking his head. Every time he does something good, he looks lost. Well, here's the thing, Peter. You're on 4 points, and you've done yourself a very good turn there by getting to 4 points, because that's exactly where Baker and Borland are when they play next.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Peter Hudson got the better of Philip van Hasse by 4 legs to 2. Next up, should be fast, should be furious, but that's kind of been the whole mantra of today. Willie Borland up against Scott Baker, 2 players that like to go at quite a pace. And watching this one and trying to keep pace is Paul and Chris.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Henry, because let's face it, this is the quickest game that I can even think of in modern-day Super Series action. 37-year-old from Tipton, full of smiles, and so is Willie. But who's going to be smiling at the end? Because only one person will remain undefeated going into round 4. Who's it going to be, Mace?
I'm going for Baker. When we were looking over the odds around about midday today, they went 8-11, Willie Borland. Baker evens, and I thought
first leg, it's Willie to throw first.
Was value at evens. They're now, in response to the performances so far today of
96.
Baker, they've gone 5-6 each of 2. So there's been movement.
I think the hardest job that anybody's got in this game is the referee.
Yeah.
Now, every referee you talk to, they say they love a quick game. But there's quick,
58.
then there's this quick.
Yeah, and you've... Well, he'd be happy about the short 10 seconds we have in between legs, because otherwise it'd be, Willie, you require game shot, Scott Baker, to throw first.
139.
Every referee's been in that situation once, where they've called a maximum, then said, such and such you require game shot in the next leg. Yeah, it's all said in one breath.
Yeah, and the referees
58.
that normally have a bellowing 180, like a Russ Bray or a Kurt Bevins, they just shorten them right up.
119. Willie, you require 150.
Well, we're not going to break a minute for the first leg.
Wouldn't have been far off.
118. Scott, you require
Big ask for
141.
141, but he's had a 144. Double 12. Oh,
Game
boy,
shot on the first
that was
leg.
sublime
Scott
from
Baker.
Baker. Just brilliant. He's in such good form.
Where has this come from?
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
1 minute 19 for that first leg. So if you've got your clocks out and you've got your little sweepstakes, for the speed of this game,
140.
with the 10-second breaks in between, if it goes 4-0,
43.
it could be one of the quickest we've ever had.
He was unable to attend the Jack
60.
Jones Memorial. I was in the same boat, unable to because of commitments down
96.
here, but it was won by Wayne Jones.
60.
Jack Jones, he was a massive influence on county
134.
darts over the years. I wonder where he's tucked himself away and been putting in the hours on the
60.
board, because he's have to have been grafted. You know, he's a very natural player, but his level of play
58.
right now is very, very good.
Some people are infuriating in the fact that you just do it
140.
when
Will
you
you
wake
require
up.
170?
Another. Baker will get a chance to double the
98.
lead.
Scott, you require 41.
Double 16. And
Game
that's
shot in the second
2-0
leg.
in
Scott
3
Baker.
minutes and 1 second. Now, the quickest game we've ever had, 5 minutes 48 seconds, Graham Usher
Third
beating
leg
Andy
is Willie to
Jenkins.
throw first.
I
Game
don't
on.
think he's going to break that.
140.
again, he might.
100.
I've got to try those 14-gram darts, Mace. They look rather easy to throw.
I think he's just
58.
making them look easy to throw. They're very hard to control.
But when they come together,
140.
there's very little violence in that deflection. And it
Yep.
works for Stephen Bunting as well, who's got a very light dart.
133.
He's determined to get a 170 in this game, Willie Borland.
Second time he's left it in this match.
100. Will he require 170?
If anything, he's speeding up with Scott. And the last time he was on
94.
170,
Scott, you require
Scott was on
161.
141 and took it the next turn.
Not this time.
99. Will he require 76?
Interesting.
Double 8. Chance
60.
for 3-0.
Scott, you require
It's
62.
almost pointless talking about anything else apart from the game because it's that quick. Double top.
Game
3-0.
shot in the third
Right,
just
leg.
like that.
Scott Baker.
If he can not do this one in 12 with the throw, we're going to be on record pace.
It's a shame about that 10-second break.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
After these 3 darts are thrown, we'll tell you the time.
60.
4 minutes 54. He's not going to get there.
He doesn't know he's that close either.
He doesn't concern himself with
140.
stats
Right.
or averages. He just plays. If everybody could be a little bit more Scott Baker or a little bit more Willie Borland,
180.
you'd probably play better because you wouldn't be thinking about exterior influences.
93.
Yeah, he'd have absolutely, totally unaware of what we're waffling on about in regards to the fastest
100.
match. It just added a different dimension to the game, didn't it?
Yeah, it's exactly what Cypher said in the Matrix.
121. Scott, you
Ignorance is
require
bliss.
30
161.
in darts.
Bullseye. That
136.
was a match dart. And
Will
he
you require
could have broken it
147?
had he hit the ball.
Yeah, it would have been 5 minutes 43. That would have been a new record.
43.
Oh, so close.
Scott, you require 25.
We've had a record this week on the leg difference. He hasn't broken the fastest game, but
shot,
he was
and
so
match.
close.
Scott Baker.
He's actually broken 6 minutes. 5 minutes 58 for that game. and he just lagged on the record by 10 solitary seconds. What a win of 4-0 by Scott Baker, 98.56 and 80% on the doubles. That was brilliant. More of that coming up a little bit later, but next is Jiwa and Painter at the bottom of the table.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Baker has completed the third fastest victory in the history of the MODUS Super Series, beating Willie Borland in a match time of 5 minutes and 58 seconds. To put it into context, in and around about 6 minutes, you could brew and drink a cup of coffee. You could maybe drink another cup of coffee if you really wanted to. You could paint an urn. You could apply makeup. You could even dust a room in the time that he took to finish off that match. Next up for us, Kevin Painter up against Prakash Jiwa, describing all of that and probably telling us a couple of other things you can do in 6 minutes. Here's Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Well, unless you've got an asbestos mouth, I don't think you can make and drink a cup of tea in 6 minutes. But, well, I can run a kilometre in 6 minutes. Unfortunately, not a mile.
I've made my dinner in 6 minutes the last couple of nights.
Yeah.
Pan-fried salmon with some stir-fried veg and some rice.
And it smelled unbelievable. Not quite as nice as Danny McNamara's Irish fry that has left me drooling and dribbling when I'm fasting.
First leg, it's Prakash to throw first. Game on.
I will testify that when I got out of the shower this morning, smelling Danny McNamara's bacon sandwich was tantalising, to say the least. But
45.
was it as tantalising as that performance from Scott Baker?
Not quite. It was a close second, unfortunately.
57.
Now, if there'd have been a fried egg in that said bacon sandwich.
There you go, Danny. You've been warned. Now, we're into game 9. This is the end of round 3 already.
60.
We've not only had...
And it's 3:33. All the threes add up to 9. You love a number, Nico.
I love a number.
95.
Let's face it, Kevin Painter is having more joy on the treble 19 than the treble 20, and I think it's a really good play. For someone who's been playing this game so long,
now,
for him to take this stance right now, I think it's very bold.
Yeah, I couldn't do it, because then I'm almost admitting defeat in terms of not being able to hit treble 20. Maybe I should take a leaf out of KP's book and go all old school. I think at the World Seniors Masters I'll play on treble 14s.
I don't know whether it was the same in your neck of the woods when you were playing local stuff, Mace.
25.
But the guys and girls that would start on 19s were usually wearing jackets.
Yep.
60.
Now, if we had a bit of a change of equipment.
99.
KP set the trend this week. Let's have a look.
100.
He's still using
Kevin,
the
you require
R2D2
he
barrel.
does have another set on his case there. I think he maybe switched in between visits.
45.
Only 45. from
Prakash, you
Painter.
require 117.
More and more people these days are using multiple sets. I know Alan Norris is like that. And he's someone who's lived in Warwickshire as well, because that's where these two live.
Well, I suggested
77.
at the Euro
Kevin, you
tour
require
I did, the
85.
PDC, and I was sat down having a chat with Peter Wright, and we were discussing the old
60.
change of equipment
Prakash, you require
scenario.
40.
And I said, well, you know, in pool they have a breaking cue and a potting cue. Maybe you can have a scoring set and a
Game
finishing
shot in the
set.
first leg. Prakash G1.
Well, that was a good finishing dart right there for Prakash. A 1-0 lead. And in a funny sort of way, on a day
Second
where
leg is
neither
Kevin to
player
throw
has
first.
won yet,
Game on.
do you need something that's just a bit more familiar? And these two will be very familiar with each other.
40.
Yeah, they'll know each other very, very well, of course. They'd have played against each other, no doubt, many times
60.
locally.
And that's one really good dart scene as well, Warwickshire. It's something that these two will know a lot about. Matthew Edgar will know a lot about it
59.
because he sat in the commentary box here. He's played on this stage and made Saturday night in the previous series. Talked about some of the greats of the Warwickshire game. Trina Gulliver,
97.
the 10-time Ladies World Champion, top of the list. Players like Steve Beaton, originally from Coventry. Andy Smith has played county for Warwickshire. Then I go
Nigel Hayden.
136.
Absolutely. England international Nigel Hayden. Colin Fowler. Kevin Dowling. I could go on and on. Ted Everts, World Youth Champion.
140.
You mentioned Dawson Marshall earlier from Canada. He actually lived in Warwickshire when he was on the tour. It's a beautiful county with a rich history in this sport.
58. Kevin, you require 130.
Everybody likes a baby fish. Kevin is not going to find it.
94.
And if Prakash takes 146.
Prakash, you require
Kevin has got
146.
every right to feel very unlucky.
$83.
It's only the
Kevin, you
approach
require
shot,
36.
so he does get the chance to equalise.
Game shot
And
in the
does
second
in
leg.
16
Kevin
darts.
Painter.
That's very tidy.
Third leg is Prakash to throw first.
It's
Game
interesting
on.
to see the tendencies of certain dart players before they throw their first dart. I, for one, am someone who always blows on the end of my fingers.
45.
And Prakash was doing something very similar to that just before his first dart there.
Well, talking about the history, they have produced multiple world champions,
171.
Warwickshire. Sean Dowling and Martin Watmore, youth champions alongside Ted Everts. Of course, Steve Beaton
97.
and Trina Gulliver. BDO world champions, well, in Trina's case, just the 10 more than me.
96.
I won my very first ever county game against Warwickshire as well. Beat a guy called Carl Betteridge
81.
away early 2000. It was the January of 2000. It might have been the February, actually. It was definitely early in the year.
121.
Few we forgot. Tom Aldridge, great player, Tommy Aldridge. Nick Gedney, of course.
Oh, wonderful player, Nick Gedney.
140.
Prakash has
Kevin, you
played
require 113.
157 times in total. Steve Hine, there was another one we forgot. Trina Gulliver, the most capped player. 258 appearances.
93.
Won
Prakash, you require
220 of them.
138.
That's in county terms, that's absolutely ridiculous.
98.
Good approach from Prakash.
Kevin, you require
but
20.
Kevin's already had a double.
Game
He
shot in
takes
the
it.
third
This is
leg.
ruthless
Kevin
from Painter all of
Painter.
a sudden. His average has climbed a good 10 points over the last couple of legs, whereas Prakash has stayed at that high 70s range.
Fourth leg, it's
Well,
Kevin to throw
his response
first.
was a
Game
16
on.
dart hold, and that was a a 13-dart break of Thronic out. And again, there's no problem
95.
at all starting down there. Showing good discipline and showing that he's far from done.
I'll be fascinated to see if this
100.
continues, actually. You think about what he's got coming up with the World Senior Masters. You're going to be there as well, up against Trina Gulliver.
95.
Whether this is a new route to success for him.
Yeah, I think, well, he was just over in Tenerife, wasn't he? Took a much-needed break after a
98.
fairly heavy schedule. And he says in a way now he regrets it. He didn't take his darts and he just decided to take a week or so off. And
95.
talking to him, he said, just think it was I maybe should have took them with me and just maybe had the odd hour here and there while I was out there. He said, because
86.
Monday morning, he said, I just felt rusty.
Well, if you're going to whip yourself into shape, this is the place to do it.
Exactly. Where else would you get this many matches?
136.
Guaranteed 25 matches this week. And 25 matches under it against good opposition.
There you can see the pirouette in the air.
Yeah.
86.
Of those darts for
Well, that tells me they're not
80.
coming out of the hand cleanly.
showmanship from the artist.
60.
And it's the high segments he's got
Prakash
trouble
require
with.
131.
He'll be gutted with that because that was made for a bedfellow. Trouble 13.
Just caught in two minds there,
81.
maybe.
Kevin, you require
Sometimes you
20.
can use the treble 17 with dart 2 there. Double 10's been good to him. But not this
Clips the
time.
wire.
No score.
A wry smile from the artist.
Prakash, you require
But
50.
I can assure you, he will be fuming.
Game shot in
will
the
be
fourth
now.
leg. Prakash
It's
G1.
2-2, and it should have been 3-1.
And it's the break back, and we're back on throw.
Fifth leg is Prakash to throw first.
And when
Game
you're
on.
rolling like Kevin has this week, wins do not come easy. Every single one of them will come with massive
137.
amounts of hard work,
Yeah.
mentally as well as physically.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. The negatives that will be mentally
95.
toiling with him is horrendous because we've all been there. I know exactly what he's thinking.
Prakash has played on the
100.
European Tour just like Kevin Painter has in his PDC career. But he's only played in 4 events. Back in
41.
2012, he played in the Austrian Darts Open and the German Darts Championship. In 2013, he played in the European Darts Open, but
95.
he's never won a game. He's played in some of the premier events of the European Tour, and indeed, I suppose, if you're looking at importance of the
83.
4 that he played in the very first one.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the European Tour came a couple of years after I
129.
decided to walk away, and that's one of the, I don't have too many regrets apart from not going to bed.
53.
One of them is
Prakash, you require 40.
never experiencing that European Tour stage because wow.
Game shot in the fifth leg.
Well, that's a great leg from
Prakash
Prakash.
G1.
14 darter, and he's got the lead now, making Painter feel even worse.
Well, Painter's gone from being in position to
Sixth leg is
having
Kevin to throw
opportunities,
first. Game on.
multiple opportunities, 5 darts to lead 3-1 and be in control.
95.
And now he's going to have to draw on all of his experience.
Would you like to hazard a guess as to who beat Prakash Jiwa when he played in that
81.
very first one?
Phil, no, it wouldn't have been Phil, would it?
I'll give you a clue. He made the final.
136.
And the person that beat Prakash beat Steve Beaton in the next round, who's from Warwickshire.
100.
I can hear the countdown music going down in my head.
100.
I'm trying to think who wouldn't have been seeded then.
Your clue is it was the very first one, and they were in the final. Now, the winner of the tournament was Justin Pike.
100.
Who
Kevin,
did
you
Justin
require
Pike beat in the very
170.
first European Tour final?
And this is rather annoying because having done a Euro
100.
Tour, I went all the way back to the very first one. On Whitlock, was it?
It wasn't.
100.
It was
Kevin,
James
you require
Wade.
70.
Ooh, Wadey.
69
Right.
left for Painter.
I had the W bit, right?
Yes, you did.
Half a point.
And that's exactly what these players are looking for, a W.
Yeah, both are.
Oh, that's gutsy. And that's in.
Game shot on the sixth
The courage
leg.
of your
Kevin
convictions,
Painter.
Kev. We're looking at the 19s. You're looking at the 45.
Yeah,
But you got 70, and that's the main thing.
Seventh and final leg. It's Prakash to throw
Prakash
first.
was waiting
Game
on a very achievable 120. And this game is, well, the opening leg was as rough as toast.
140.
23 dart leg. But since then, 16, 13, 17, 14 and 15.
I've never heard that expression before. Rough as toast.
Have you not?
I'm still going to
59.
use that from now on.
Yeah, it's how I used to wake up on a darting Sunday.
41.
I've got vivid memories of seeing Prakash Jiwa at Q schools. He was always the first person there. Incredible amounts of enthusiasm for the sport.
57.
And if you're thinking about your ambitions in the sport and what you'd like to accomplish, Prakash had this dream of playing at a World Championship and playing at a World Cup for
37.
India. And there was a time, 2 or 3 years ago, he genuinely thought that he had a chance at it. It didn't happen, and he thought that maybe it wasn't going to happen for him, but he kept going.
39.
And he's got there. And Kevin's just had a disastrous moment where one of his stems has been completely shattered.
$94.
And of course, he's now got the seniors to look forward to.
Yes, he is over the age of 50, so I would assume that at some point you'll see him in seniors darts. Now, Kevin, who's already at seniors darts, can't leave a finish from here.
No, so 6 darts for Prakash to get it done. And this match almost sums
95.
up the week so far for Kevin Painter. And it's all stemmed, Nico, from leg 4.
60.
Absolutely. Should have been in front by 2 legs.
And then it's just a completely different mindset, isn't it?
Well,
Right.
95 leaves 156, which is not the worst leave.
Well,
I'd stay downstairs.
Well, he's annoyed because it looks like it's a bit of a blocker, and that's why he's had to
96.
go back up. But I agree.
Prakash, you require 129.
Or maybe he's left 155 because it's his best finish of the week. But he doesn't get a look at it
Game,
because
shot,
129
and the match, Prakash
is Prakash Jiwa getting his second best checkout of the day. And it's a 4-3 win. It's going to feel very familiar, that for Kevin Painter. He was involved in a very good game. But for the second consecutive one, he comes out on the wrong side, unfortunately. Jiwa with his first 2 points. And it will be 2 more points coming the way of either Belgium or Scotland when we come back.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Prakash Jiwa get the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 3 here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. That completes round 3 of our competition today, and this is how the table looks following those third round of fixtures. Scott Baker, the only player unbeaten so far, and quickly rattling through his matches as well. Peter Hudson and Willie Borland have 2-1 records today, whilst Philip Van Hasse and now Prakash Jiwa have picked up a win. Kevin Painter, the only player yet to get off the mark in Group C. It's going to be Borland we're going to see in action up next. He takes on Van Hasse, and things could get very tight in the table depending on what happens here. Watching this one in the commentary box, Paul and Chris.
Here we go then, Philip Van Hasse. He is back, the Belgian international, to take on the man known as Borland. Willie has been very, very good today, but he's the only person to have lost to 0 in a game today. Having said that, most people probably would have, let's put it that way. But he started well against Kevin Painter, getting a 4-1 win. After that, a really good 4-2 win against Hudson. What can he do as he now takes on the 3rd member of the Group A graduators?
Throw first. Game on.
So can he do the triple on the people that played in the first 3 days of the week?
I think you'd be onto something there. A boy band, the graduators. Well, what he needs to do, Nico,
100.
is bounce back with a 4-0 win of his own, just to sort out that leg difference.
What I should mention is that I've just made up a word. Actually, graduates.
Well,
before anybody tweets me, graduators is my new word.
We're English, mate. We can do what we like. We invented the language. Don't worry about that.
Fresh
96.
flights for Willie. Like to see that.
Yeah.
Don't think that just because you put in a set of flights at the start of the day, that they have to last the rest of the day. If you want fresh ones, stick them in there.
Yeah, and don't change just one.
43.
Get a whole new set. Yeah, if I have one with just a mark on it, I don't throw them away. I actually keep them to use for practice and smash them to smithereens. But
well, that's just very, very smart. You don't want to be using single-use plastic.
You wouldn't be using your best golf balls, would you? When you were practicing?
140.
It's a good point, that, actually, because I use nice golf balls. I'm particularly uniform. They're all the same brand
94.
And number
Philip,
and stuff in my bag.
158.
But if I have one that was used in a previous round, it goes into a section of the bag which become provisional golf balls. So if I'm on a particularly
58.
dicey hole with water,
will you require 134?
I'll use that one instead of a new one. Last thing you want to do is put a £4.50 golf ball in the water after one hit.
Philip, you require 100.
I'm not short of a few quid, but the way I play golf, I couldn't afford to do it.
I bet you Willie could play golf. He's from Scotland.
60.
They invented the game.
Willie require
So the English
51.
invented the English language. Scotland invented golf.
Game shot
and
in the
I
first
think Willie
leg.
Borland's just
Willie
invented a
Borland.
new way to get 51 because he misses the board, gets the 19 and hits the double 16.
French
Second leg is
darts,
Willie to throw
didn't they?
first.
Yes,
Game
they
on.
did. If you didn't know that, that is a fact. It was a long time ago as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's some
50.
some fascinating when they've gone to the Dockland parts of the Thames and they've sort of gone down to see what's down there. The amount of darts they found down there,
180.
where they were used on the ships coming over and ended up falling in dockside.
96.
I thought you were talking about the ones that Gary Anderson threw away from Lakeside.
It's not too far from the Thames, but
140.
wow. Just for a moment, he was 5 deep into the 9.
180.
But Willie won't leave him alone. Is there a level behind Philip's play
100.
that we haven't seen yet? I just wonder if it's there. He's
130.
missed another single. The last
Philip,
time he
you
missed a
require
single, he won the
81.
leg.
Single 12 for the ball for a 12 dart break back. Double 13.
55. Willie require 45.
He doesn't live on Breakback Mountain.
Game shot in the second leg.
And
Willie
every
Borland.
single time Willie Borland misses a single, he wins the leg. So watch out, leg 3. Whatever single is needed, just miss it at first, Big Willie.
Third leg is Philip to throw first. Game on.
Well, Willie Borland here has the opportunity to leapfrog Peter Hudson into
41.
second position, even if he wins 4-0. He will go on to +5, which is still 3 behind Baker, although he will be level on points. 6 points, that is.
Do you have an indication in your own mind yet as to what total you will be happy with today if you're playing in round 4? So Willie has got those 4 points.
180.
Is he thinking to himself, as he gets his second max, that he won't be happy unless he gets 8?
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Especially the level that he's playing at.
And is that because of who he's playing as well?
Yeah, I think so. I think, to be honest, the standard of darts he's throwing is well above everyone else, with the exception of table-topping Scott Baker.
100.
Scott Baker plays next in game 12, which is against Prakash Jiwa. After this, we've got Hudson and Painter. I wonder what we're going to get from that one, which is meeting 4 between those two.
100. Philip, you require
Hassa
160.
might need something like this to stay in this contest. That's perfect. Just didn't throw that one with enough height.
140.
That's the dart he should have thrown.
Willie, you require
a more
120.
aggressive dart, but it's pressured the 120, and that's awkward. Wow, what an adjustment.
100. Philip, you required 20.
Genuinely thought after that second dart that tops was going to be plugged.
Game shot in the third
And
leg.
even
Philip Van
when
Hassa.
he's 2-1 down, I'm starting to see more impressive darts from Van Hassa at any point this week.
Fourth leg, it's Willie to throw first. Game on.
We've heard from our good friend Brian Roman this week and some other sources about
80.
Kevin Blummer. And a few little bits about this guy as well. And it's easy for people in their countries to say, he's a great player.
140.
He can do great things. But they have to come here and do it. Without seeing the A game of Philip,
59.
I can sense it.
Well, he's averaging 96.55, trails 2-1. He's had 10 scores of a ton or more in 3 legs.
140.
I don't know whether you can pick up on this the next time he throws, but I just get the feeling that there's a bit more rigidity in the arm.
Yeah.
As he's addressing
26.
it with that extension. Look at this.
It's less floaty, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels more rigid. Not feels, because I can't feel it. But it looks a lot more structured than it was earlier in the week.
It's something I didn't expect to say, but right now...
60. Philip, you require
difference in the
136.
Watch out, Willie. Philip's coming for you.
60. 140. Philip, you require
he's down
76.
to 136, but Philip on 76 wants tops
36.
for a level game, and unless
Willie, you
Borland
require 136.
can produce a blockbuster, which he can, Philip will be back for a level game, and he's doubling.
84.
Hasn't
Philip,
been
you
too
require
bad.
40.
He wants a double with 3 in hand, and that's the ratio he's been hitting them at.
Double 10 was what he hit last time. He may just pay
35.
for that miss.
Willie, you require
He
52.
will if Borland misses the big number.
Oh, it's a shame. But he
Game
wins
shot on
anyway.
the fourth leg. Willie Borland.
So he can win 2 different ways. He's got a little bit of that Conor McGregor walk, hasn't he, when he walks away?
He's got a bit of bounce about
bit
him,
of
hasn't he?
shake about him.
Fifth leg, it's Philip to throw first. Game on.
And he's about as Scottish as you get when you speak to him.
He's about the same size as Conor McGregor as well.
60.
wee little fella. Hence the irony of Big
was
Willie, of course.
He was a
84.
welterweight, right?
Correct.
Just because you aren't a heavyweight doesn't mean you can't be a great fighter in any sport.
But more often than not,
81.
the great technical fighters, of course, have been the smaller guys.
Like Mighty Mouse.
99.
The likes of Chavez and Whitaker and obviously Mayweather and De La Hoya and
Inouye.
Wow.
100.
One on the button from him, and
I'd be covering my ribs with Kevlar.
Hagler, Hearns, Duran.
58.
Yeah, all the smaller guys, and even this side of the pond with the likes of Calzaghe,
60.
Froch.
That Froch fight against Groves was 10 years ago.
140.
I heard that
10
on
years ago.
Talk Sport. They had him on yesterday, didn't they? I'm not sure he ever mentioned it, but there was 80,000 people there. He never brings it up.
60. Will he require 120?
Well, this is for the match.
I'm not sure who mentions that more, or Edgar in the
100.
170 against Gary
Philip,
Anderson.
you require
Maybe Willie Borland about his
140.
9 daughter at the Worlds. This is a big ask to save the match.
Big ask at any time, isn't it?
It is. You get the feeling that the game is out of his reach. Because Borland's hit
100.
3 doubles from 4
Will he
attempts in this
require
game.
20?
1 left.
No
I had
score.
to hold my breath. I didn't know if it was in or not. And it
Philip,
wasn't.
you require 40.
I don't know how it wasn't. The tops keep the match alive, and that's not bad. You can work
Game
off
shot
that,
in the
and
fifth leg.
does.
Philip Van Hasser.
Only a 20 darter, so 3 match darts for Willie Borland. We didn't expect him to miss because
Sixth leg is
going
Willie
into
to throw
that,
first.
Nico, that
Game
visit,
on.
he was 3 from 4.
You know how we were trying to figure out how to say Philip's name earlier in the week?
95.
And we were told it's a bit like Louis van Gaal. He does actually look a little bit like him as well. Got the same hairdo. It's got the flick going on.
39.
One thing I've noticed about Willie
55.
Borland as well, when he throws, he's a bit like Richard Veenstra, one of my favourite players to watch. He doesn't blink on any dart unless he has a massive
45.
reset. Keeps the eyes open for all 3, but there's a blink there because he wasn't happy.
85.
So he's just completely trodden on my statement. Let's move on.
And there's never a good time to find one of those.
81.
Finds the trouble in the end, but 70 behind plus these in a leg he has to win.
58.
I don't know whether you've seen what I've seen over the last few legs from Borland, but his range on the scoring elements of the 57 and the 60 is starting to get wider.
60.
His concentration around those treble segments earlier, it was really good. It's
There you
getting
go.
wider like that.
Yeah. 41 leaves 167, 81, 12. Oh, guess what?
38.
I think for the 3rd time today, leaves the 170.
We haven't had one this week. In fact, the biggest finish we've had is a 164 from Martijn Dracht.
140. Will he require
That came out the blue.
170?
He didn't even need to go for it.
100. Philip, you require 136.
He's had a chance to win the match already, and he will get another chance here.
Albeit, can end up with just 1 dart at a double instead of 3, which was
44.
in the
Will he
previous
require
leg.
70?
He's going to go 18s for this. Going to guarantee 1 dart at double 16,
38.
and he pushes the wire a little bit. to
Philip,
give
you
Philip
require
one more chance to
92.
save the match here in leg 6.
Can't get rid of him, can he? Treble 17. No. That should be just about it, Nico.
38.
It should be.
Willie require 32.
And it
Game,
is.
shot. And
Big
a match,
2 points
Willie
for Willie
Borland.
Borland. He goes to 6 now, alongside Scott Baker. But Scott has a game in hand, which he will play in game 12. You can see that the level of this game was maybe a level below what we've seen at times today. But ultimately, it's about the points, and they go the way of Borland. When we come back, it will be Painter against Hudson for the 4th time this week.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break it was a win for Willie as Willie Borland gets the better of Philip Van Hasse by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, it is Kevin Painter in action. He takes on Peter Hudson. And watching this one in the commentary box, here's Chris, here's Paul.
Thank you, Henry. And yes, Nico, this is very much a must-win game for Peter Hudson. Very much what it was like for Willie Borland in the last one, because they both want to keep the pressure on and keep in touch with Scotty Baker at the top. Hudson currently on 4 points. He could, well, he will overtake Willie Borland back into second place if he gets a win, because any win and he will go in front, because at the moment Borland on 6, Hudson on 4, but they got the same leg difference.
Do you think on day 1 that they will be thinking about leg difference, or is it just about accumulating points on day 1 and then if the leg difference has to come into it in day 2, address it then?
Yeah, I think there's enough pressure. I think you just got to focus on getting points, and Kevin Painter just wants to focus on getting his first win. But
game on.
Listen, he's had a really, really tough 3 days, and psychologically at the moment he will be in absolute ribbons.
99.
We were talking about how things were invented in the previous game, how the Scottish invented golf,
yep,
and the English language came from the English, and the French invented darts.
60.
Henry tells me that cricket was invented by the Belgians.
Well, I have heard that, but I thought it actually originated in India.
133.
Apparently, immigrants from northern Belgium created the game in 1533. A name coming from the Flemish, which means king of crickets. Well, if that's true, Henry, I bow to your superior knowledge.
Well, I'd like to know whether that's... If it's Wikipedia, I'll probably question it.
I'll say one thing for you. I love darts.
84.
I've seen thousands of people at Alexandra Palace, the Winter Gardens, and beyond. I tell you what, the other day, I listened to the IPL on the radio. I've got to see that stuff at some point. My word, the noise.
Yeah.
And the noise we had when Luke Littler won here in Super Series 3, my word. I hope we get some of that on August the 5th.
I hope we get some this Saturday night. Why don't you join us? I didn't put up that QR code, Jobby. There you are, look. If you've got that on your phone, apparently you can scan that and it'll take you straight to the page. I don't partake in any of that stuff. I'm I'm still a pen and paper man.
100.
It's pretty handy when you're at a
Kevin, you
restaurant
require 90.
where you can only order via the QR code. Otherwise, you're going to be very hungry.
58.
Kevin Painter.
Peter, you
is
require 160.
hungry for a couple of points. If you don't have that facility, because you may well be watching on your phone, head over to www.dartshop.tv. You can book your
60.
ticket for just £2.
Kevin, you
That's a
require
booking fee.
32.
Get yourself down here with us on Saturday night. We'd love to
No
see you.
score.
Kevin has
Peter,
busted
you
a score
require
there, giving
100.
Hudson a freebie. Has Kevin got odd flights in? We're about to find out.
40. Kevin, you require 32.
Well, he's gone to the absolute extreme here by the looks of it.
Game shot in the first
That's it.
leg.
We'll have
Kevin
to figure it out
Painter.
at the start of the next leg.
Well, he did warn me, and he did tell me, trust me, Mace, you have not seen anything yet.
Second leg is Peter to throw first. Game
He
on.
may be doing something that Peter Wright's never done. Don't give him any other ideas, Kev. Come on. Imagine walking into a dart
96.
shop and saying, "Can I have the darts that Peter Wright uses?" How long have you got? Black, red.
With a different light.
96.
They're all different shapes.
Yep.
3 different shapes. This is a new thing for me.
3 different stems.
We've got the Sigma flight, we've got the standard flight, and a pear-shaped flight.
We've
96.
got an Alamo stem.
Oh, this is just something I've never seen before.
95.
Well, it's the kind of thing you find when you go into a pub and you got any darts behind the bar, and you end up with 3 different darts with 3 different stems and 3 different flights.
What does it say to the opponent?
118.
Now, they will understand, especially Peter, because he spent the last few days with Kevin. He'll have seen him throw different darts, different stems
44.
and flights. But this extreme, what does that say to Hudson?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think what it's telling me is he's had an absolute gutful. Been
40.
a wicked week for the artist so far.
And he has played some good darts today, especially down on that treble 19. He was only 1 dart away from beating Scott Baker.
96.
Just remember
BT
that.
require
And considering how well
151.
Scott's played today, that tells you how well he has played at times. But he has been drinking from a cup that's been predominantly empty.
93.
This would cheer him up.
Kevin, you require 170.
We'd have never seen one of these done with 3 different setups.
Oh, please hit it. Please hit it, Kevin. Barbecue sauce!
133.
I gave you the big
BT
build-up and
require
everything.
58.
That'd have been one for one of those, what happened next?
Based on the way he's rolling, Hudson hits this,
18.
but he doesn't.
Kevin, you require 37.
5, double 16.
I'm wondering which dart's going to go in which segment. Which one's he going to use first? But it
5.
seems to me...
Well, there's no order.
Peter, you
I've seen
require 40.
a black flight first
Game
most
shot
of
in the
the
second
time.
leg. Peter
And you're always going to
Hudson.
get a black flight with Peter Hudson because he hasn't got any alternatives. In fact, did he use white ones earlier in the week? I do beg your pardon.
Third leg is Kevin to throw first.
So it's
Game on.
pretty infectious, this flight flipping. In a funny sort of way,
56.
I can understand why he's doing it. Because in a game, what he can see is how each dart is behaving alongside each other.
Yeah.
As to whether doing it in your
93.
4th game of the day is the right thing to do, well, you'll have to leave that to Kevin. But he can understand the eccentricities of every single shot alongside each other.
113.
And they
Check
all look pretty good to
23.
me. But it's about consistencies, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, I can't see one that's behaving any different to the other. That's the problem for him, and that's the quandary.
Well, maybe that's how he's feeling right now. He just can't figure out or feel which one is giving him the better results.
95.
Maybe there's a shape out there he doesn't have. Oh, I don't want to put fuel on the fire. I don't want to give him another shape to use tomorrow. It's going to be a delivery at the door tomorrow at about 11 o'clock. Delivery for Painter. It's every flight shape that's ever been.
Well, the ones I actually really enjoyed playing with and having a test with was the ones that
95.
Bobby George created that are, flat at the back. I tell you what, they have incredible stability in the air.
Do you remember the ones from the 80s that had a
140.
Yeah. They were awful.
Kevin, you require 132.
Yeah,
they were like dart flights with a perm. Excellent darts from Painter. It has to be said.
74.
74 for Hudson. It's for a break of throw. Superb.
Game shot in the third leg. Peter Hudson.
It's a similar standard game that we had with Borland and Van Gassa. The averages are around the 82-83 mark.
Game on.
There's the proof of it. And the man who's got the most maximums this week has got 0 in this game.
60.
A little chuckle from Kevin as if to say... and I did read out a little early off air with Nico. So far today, in
83.
terms of finishing, Painter and scoring, Painter's walked into a 174, a 180, a 96.53 from Borland, 4 at 11 on the doubles. And then in his next match, he lost 4-3 against Baker, who had 4 out of 6. And then the next match he played against Prakash Jiwa, another 4-3, 4 out of 6 again on the doubles with a big ton plus out, the 129 on that occasion.
133.
You and I have seen the effect of what Peter Wright's done to the equipment market, where people are genuinely confused as to what they have to use now. But what we hear from now is the Painter
58.
effect. Because I guarantee you there are kids up and down the country on Friday and on Thursday night. I'm going to try that.
133.
3 different shape flights. It's going to make darts coaches' jobs even harder.
3 different length stems and different types of stem in terms of their composition and weight.
58.
I can't wait to text Peter Wright.
Kevin, you require 152.
Sorry, Peter, you've been trumped. Must be something about people from East Anglia or support East Anglian football clubs. Because Kevin is a very passionate Ipswich fan.
56.
Too many more passionate about their football than KP. Maybe Stuart Pike and Everton, possibly.
Yeah, I think right now he's still sitting in a pool of relief, considering what happened on Sunday.
97. Kevin, you require 96.
Well, that particular manager that went in is known for doing that, isn't he?
Sean Dyche. Great manager.
56.
I think he'll do a good job at Everton, I really do. Just needs the right players checking in for work on Mondays.
And when you think about the investment as well, because they're just building a new ground as well, it would have been a
43.
disaster to be at the Premier League, surely.
Kevin,
that would have been a great
40.
championship ground, that. 12 months from now, they're
Game
going to have
shot
that
on
new
the
ground at
fourth leg.
Everton.
Kevin
and it's
Painter.
new ground for Painter, because now he's got the darts in leg 5 in a level game.
Yeah, 16 dart.
Fifth leg is
break
Kevin
of
to
throw.
throw first.
He left a double,
Game
of
on.
course, in leg 4, only to see Hudson take out the 74 and last start him.
We've had 2 games today that have gone the distance. Both of them have
67.
involved Painter.
Both of them, he lost.
This will feel very familiar. It's becoming the mental battle.
58.
And that's the kind of thing that has stopped Kevin from getting up the table in Group A this week, because that start on Monday just put him on the wrong foot.
99.
Well, put him on the back foot, didn't it? His back was a against the ropes from the very early stages of Group A, and the same things happen to him here, and it affects you mentally.
He did get the better of Hudson yesterday by 4 legs to 1, but that was around about the time where Hudson started to struggle with his injury. Prior to that, Hudson won 4-3 on Monday and 4-2 on Tuesday, but that 4-3 on Monday.
57.
Kevin was sitting pretty, and all of a sudden, Hudson takes out 117.
Well, he'd hit a max, didn't he? He missed one dart tops off the 64. And then what did he do?
Wallop.
45.
Took out a 117 to deny Painter a dart to win the match.
57.
You hasten to say that's probably enough for now. A trebleless visit when your opponent is now roughly 100 behind.
57.
It proves to be enough in that turn. And he retains the throw. You've got to be careful from this number if you're going 19s. It's okay when you get trebles.
135.
When you start 19s on 221, it changes the neural pathways, the autopilot. Because we always think 3 straight darts leaves a finish. Banging the trebles doesn't matter. But then when you go 20, 19, 18, you think that's okay. But when you start 19,
Kevin, you require
it throws
86.
you off.
Yeah. Like you say, we don't necessarily count. We do a lot of this off
46.
memory and familiarity. It becomes routine.
Which rhymes with the Canadian for cheesy chips.
40.
Poutine.
Kevin, you require 40.
I'm just trying to make you feel hungry.
I thought that was an Irish
Game shot on the
spirit.
5th leg. Kevin
That's
Painter.
poutine. And that was a beauty. That double top was so pretty.
6th leg is Peter to throw first. Game on.
They're playing a very similar game here. They're in their own little bubble. They're concentrating by looking at the floor, not engaging with each other. I think they both know just how important this is. And unfortunately for Peter Hudson fans, he's not playing his best because his average has plummeted to 73.
$59.
Are we going to get a bit of darting deja vu for KP?
I'm not sure he can take much more.
140.
Everybody's got their breaking point. And he's got a lot of pride. He needs to get a win just to make himself feel a little bit better.
58.
Do you have an opinion as to which dart works best? I couldn't even finish that statement without laughing because...
Well, for me, the
133.
standard shape flight with not that stem, yeah.
99.
The white stem.
BT require
with the
132.
standard black flight.
We're going to change his graphic for the next game he plays against Philip van Gassen, by the way.
100.
It says darts used. Everything.
Yes.
Tungsten. It just says that.
57.
Well, he's going to have to rely
PT
on
require
holding
32.
throw in the decider. In the other matches, he's lost 4-3. He had the darts in the first one against
16.
Baker. But was against throw against Prakash.
Well, first things first, he's got to leave a finish here. Just in case. And that is not good news.
48. PT requires 16.
That's a lovely guide. Even with that little scooch to his right. It's even better now. There you
Game
go.
shot on the 6th leg.
Perfectly
Peter
cushioned.
Hudson.
It's 3-3. It's deja vu for Painter. And he needs to break the streak.
7th and final leg. It's Kevin to throw first.
Oh, we had 2
Game
holds
on.
followed by 2 highly contested breaks. 1 in 15, 1 in 16, followed by 2 holds.
98.
You might think to yourself, why is he going 19s when he's finding 60s with his third dart? He's just trying to find
121.
a rhythm that works. Now, compared to earlier in the week, it is working. It has worked today at times. And that's the first dart he's missed at treble 20 in this leg so far. But
yeah, sometimes you can see him just reaching on the treble 20. Maybe the idea behind going at the 19s is he feels that the throw is staying
96.
more consistent.
he's not exactly a short player as well. Kevin's quite tall.
Yeah, he's got to be 6 foot, I'd say.
83.
Almost advantage Hudson. It is now.
$81.
But only just.
Could have been a lot worse.
Give this some force. Don't leave it short. And he doesn't. He splits the two with a beauty. That really was a wonderful, wonderful shot. Nice respect there from Peter.
Well, he'd be trying to do the same, Nico, to leave. Oh. Okay. Old school darts from Hudson.
100. Kevin,
When
you
he hit a
require
155
81.
yesterday to finish a leg, he gave us the I don't know emoji. Does he get a win?
69.
If this 103 goes in, he's going to feel like
Peter, you
it's
require
Tuesday all over
103.
again. Oh, no, it was Monday. I do beg your pardon. Oh, hold on to your hats. Not again. And
Look,
Painter can't look.
He can't. He can't.
It's double 16. He's done it again.
Shot. And the match, Peter Hudson.
And I think that ironic smile from Kevin Painter just tells you the story. He's lost 4-3 for the third consecutive game. And Painter did have 2 darts at the double 12 for the match, but missing them proved fatal, which means he stays on 0 points. And they are 2 very important points for Peter Hudson. In fact, he now goes to 6, which is level at the top with Baker and Borland. When we come back, it will be Scott Baker against Prakash Jiwa.
Meet Rob's Grand Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Peter Hudson get the better Kevin Painter once again in a last leg decided by 4 legs to 3. Kevin Painter putting himself in positions to win matches, but is yet to pick up those elusive points so far. Right, next up for us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, Prakash Jiwa finds himself in action. He takes on Scott Baker, the only player with a perfect record so far today. Watching this one in the commentary box, Chris and Paul.
Yeah, Scott Baker is back. And boy, did he have a quick time of it the last time he was at the Oki. What a wonderful performance that was from Baker. It's one of the reasons why he's so exciting to watch. But now he's trying to stay perfect. If you want to grade his performance against Willie Borland, as far as time is concerned, we have the information at hand.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
The quickest game we've ever seen here at the MODUS Super Series. Graham Usher versus Andy Jenkins took 5 minutes and 48 seconds. Number 2 on the list.
100.
5 minutes, 49 seconds. Gavin Carlin losing to Graham Usher. So Graham's got the 2 fastest. So if you want to know who the Usain Bolt of
100.
the MODUS Super Series is, it is Graham Usher. But 3rd on the list now in the all-time quickest games is Scott Baker with 5 minutes 58. And if he'd hit that bullseye at the end, Mace, he would have broken it.
100.
Yeah, Graham Usher, a proper speedster.
Yeah, missed a big out at the end of the game. And if my calculations are correct, had he hit that bullseye, he would have broken the record by 5 seconds. 5 minutes 43.
140.
Madness, isn't it? 4 legs of darts with a 10-second break. And he wasn't exactly in a hurry to
81.
start the legs either.
Require 161.
Unlike someone like Usher is sort of waiting to go, isn't he?
44.
That's a big ask for Baker.
160.
He's had big outs today, plenty. He's had a 141, a 144.
100. Prakash, you require 117.
And he might get the first leg if Prakash does not click 57 more from here. But
Game
he
shot on the
does.
first leg. Prakash,
And he'll be
Jiwa.
feeling pretty good because he's had a couple of good outs today as well, Mace.
Yeah, he has. And when he's been under the cosh a little bit.
Second leg is Prakash to throw first.
But that was a big one because it's the break. And a break he needed at some point to win this match.
81.
Now, I did set up, well, his previous visits here, he's tended to be a bit of a slow starter.
140.
But in a Group C, starting to find your feet
83.
in match number 4 is leaving it a little late, Paul.
It is leaving it a little late, but
180.
compared to playing into a Group B scenario,
yeah,
you do have a little bit more time on your hands, but not much. And especially when you lose your first game by 4 legs to 1, averaging 71. But he has recovered since then. Baker is back at it, though.
100.
Under 100 after 9. And be warned, Prakash, be warned.
41. Scott, you require 81.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that I've decided as
Game shot on the
Baker,
second leg. Scott Baker.
What a response. An 11 dart break back. That cricket was invented in Kent somewhere, I think.
Third leg is Scott to throw first. Game on.
And I'm going with it.
Okay, you and Henry can have that argument.
180.
Stop it, Scott.
He's having his own little argument here. Bashing the treble 20. Smithereens.
60.
I'll tell you what Scott Baker is in darts. He's like
140.
the kind of ice cream you get from liquid nitrogen into your Belgian waffle cone on a very hot day. It's just magic.
100.
I can't get enough of watching this guy.
It's just the ease in which he makes it look. Very annoying.
140.
This could be back-to-back 11s, Nico.
It's like watching a golfer just going birdie, 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 birdie.
100. Scott, you require
11s
41.
are like eagles, aren't they? The 9's the albatross.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Game shot
That's
on the third
another
leg.
11.
Scott Baker.
Now, I'm not wanting to get too excited too early, but my word.
Fourth leg is Prakash to throw first.
3
Game
legs in 4 minutes.
And this is the face of surprise.
Yeah, we're both sort of
85.
nodding our heads and saying, yeah.
11 daughters are hard. It's
Very.
supposed to be very hard.
140.
I promise you, he's playing on the same board as Prakash.
Yeah, they're playing the same game, honest.
Some people are just better.
100.
And the fact that Prakash is still in this game,
Well, he's
I'm giving him full props.
He's averaging over 90. Ooh.
40.
Averaging over 92. And up until that bounce out with 40, Baker was over 118. We are in leg 4.
140.
You know what? I think Baker is dragging people along. I think because nobody's using up any hatred towards
60.
him or rivalry. I think he's a great benchmark for people to play against, and people play their best against him. Ultimately today, nobody's beaten him.
45.
But he's someone that people enjoy playing.
Yeah, and he can carry you along.
100. Prakash, you
Taylor
require
in that.
131.
In terms of average, absolutely crazy game at the match play when he hit the 9 and averaged over 112. I mean, I was averaging 100 and just sort of
71.
plodding
Scott,
along.
you require 161.
Just watching most of the time.
Prakash might be on the
60.
verge of
Prakash, you
equalising
require
here.
60.
For a change, Scott Baker's not found an 11 daughter. This could be awkward.
20.
The way his darts go in,
Scott, you require
he might have had
101.
about 10% of that bed to aim at. Still possible. Very much so.
Game shot
And
on the
does
fourth
it.
leg. Scott Baker.
Resuscitates it perfectly, and Baker goes 3-1 up. Averaging 106 and hasn't missed a double.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
And even Prakash, with his smile at the back of the stage, sometimes you've just got to say, he's good.
74.
Oh, he's very good. I mean, some of the clutch finishing, there was a 144 earlier, a 141.
69.
101 there, I mean, the smallest of those three, but it's just the timing.
$24.
Is Baker going to be stopped in this group? That's the question on
66.
everybody's lips now. Because let's face it, nobody's playing at his level.
No, not right now. And it's
140.
his closest rival in terms of level is Willie Boland. And if he can convert this 3-1 lead
100.
into a win, he then pulls 2 clear again. And they will all have played the same amount of games.
137.
Do you remember who Scott Baker made his World Championship debut against back in 2018?
Not a clue.
If you had that game right now, I would pay good money to
137.
watch
Scott, you
Baker
require
against this guy.
126.
Ricky Evans. Wouldn't like to mark it or ref it.
Andy Barton's.
Yeah.
The
58.
WDF world number 1.
Prakash, you require 129.
Someone who will be playing here shortly.
Don't say we don't tease you. Went for double top. That's not a bad play.
No,
89.
double top for double 16. The other
Scott, you
option
require
was 2
68.
double 18s, but 68 for the game.
Well, Prakash thinks he's finished.
64.
He was wrong.
Prakash, you require
First starts,
40.
he's missed. Add a double. Tops for Prakash.
Go left and low.
No
I
score.
don't know how he got that under there.
Scott, you require 4.
Scott Baker's not just brilliant, he's also getting some fortune. Double 1.
Game.
And he
shot,
doesn't miss that
and the
one.
match. Scott
Gets over the
Baker.
line, and the average does dip under the 3-figure level, but he's still in that mid-90s range, which he's been at most of the day. His checkouts came down from 3 out of 3 to 4 out of 8. But nobody can live with him today. He's just been so good. And he goes to 8 points in the table as we go into the final round of matches. And I just wonder how much punishment Kevin Painter can take. He's got 1 match left and it's coming up.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Baker is cooking on gas in Group C. He gets the better of Prakajiwa by 4 legs to 1 for 96.5 average and 4 out of 8 when it came to the double. It was actually 3 out of 3 at one point in that game. Really, really good performance there from the mod. So that is the end of round 4 of our fixtures. Round 5 begins with Kevin Painter up against Philip van Hasse. Watching this one, Chris and Paul.
Thank you very much, Henry. One more round of matches to go then. And we do have some stats coming your way, which may make you feel a little dizzy. But this is what we do here on Thursday afternoon. We start digging a little deeper to try and find you some likely winners and to give you some more entertainment. And this guy has given us great entertainment today, but unfortunately no points for Kevin because he's lost 3 games, 4 legs to 3.
Yeah, tough day in the office. And the office is a church, and he may be, looking upstairs for some divine
First leg,
intervention.
it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
He has a winning record against Philip van Hasse this week of 2 games to 1. Won 4-0 on Monday.
83.
4-2 on Tuesday, but lost 4-2 yesterday to Philip. And funnily enough, on Monday, when he played Philip in his last
60.
game, neither of them had won a game. So that was the first game that Kevin won for the week. He would dearly love another. And he's persisting with 3 different flight shapes, which leads us on to something which I tip my hat to our production crew for this, particularly Stefan Everard, who's done this for us. We have a 1 dart average per flight.
Well, I hope I'm right.
Right.
Go on, give it to me.
Okay.
78.
Standard flight.
Yeah.
28.41. Pear-shaped flight, 28.87. Sigma flight, 27.08.
62.
So the Sigma flight is relegated.
Yeah, that's got to go in the bin.
It's between the pear and the standard, Kev. Facts don't lie.
Numbers don't
58.
lie, mate. That's brilliant. Well done, Steph.
That might just be
Well, it's the stat.
stat attack of the week. That's going to take some topping.
85.
Best stat ever, because we've never
Kevin,
seen
you
it.
require
We've never had to do a comparison like that. I certainly never have.
He got that pretty quick as well. That would have taken me 2 or 3 hours to do that. Don't say we don't give you anything new here at the MODUS Super Series. You may never get that again. In fact, you might get it in this game because he's got 3 odd flights again.
140.
Yeah, we won't
Kevin, you
ask him
require
to do it again.
54.
No, I'm going to need, if it continues, I'm going to need an overall.
Well, we want a bigger sample, don't we, Nico?
Yeah, sample size. This is science here at the
44.
Super Series.
Philip, you require
Oh,
127.
don't do it to him. Honestly, I can't take the facial expressions if you hit this. Double
79.
5 is nobody's favourite double.
Kevin, you
Apart from
require
maybe Get him
10.
in Price, because he won a world title on it.
Game shot in the
There
first
we go.
leg. Kevin Painter.
The other half of a Gavin and Stacey twosome likes double 5 this time. Favourite programme,
Second
actually.
leg is Philip to throw
Gavin and
first.
Stacey for
Game
Kevin.
on.
Is it?
Yeah, favourite programme.
Okay, I'm a huge fan.
Did you know that all of the scenes were shot in Wales? None of them were shot in England. I got that one
60.
from our friend Hugh Ware.
Well, the young ones was done in Bristol. Remember? Well, yeah,
71.
Just about. Yeah, I actually went to the street. It wasn't too far away from a place called St Paul's in Bristol.
134.
I remember Rick Mail fondly as Captain Flashheart in Blackadder.
I'm not sure whether
57.
I prefer Royal Family or Gavin and Stacey. But the most amazingly
99.
written thing is Afterlife for me. I thought
that's phenomenal.
Absolutely, it's one of the few programs that can literally
95.
play with your emotions. Amazingly written.
Yeah, Kevin and I have spent a lot of time together over the years, and we've got our own little private jokes.
140.
We played each other at the World Championship once, actually, and we toyed with the idea when we were paired against each other that we might do the Gavin and Smithy dance on the stage.
54.
And Kevin's partner at
Philip,
the
you
time said,
require
"Don't you
68.
dare." We didn't do it.
Game shot in the second leg.
But
Philip
Philip's done
Van
that.
Hasser.
It's 1-1 with a 68 cleanly taken in 2.
Yeah, 14-dart hold for a level game.
Third leg is Kevin to throw first.
But his
Game
nickname
on.
for me is actually a Gavin and Stacey thing. He calls me Nico the Jaya Jaya. Don't ask me why. I think it came up
80.
over a bottle of wine one night.
Several by the sounds of it. Well, I have to doff my cap to you, Nico. You called this about
121.
Philip. Yeah, he's only picked up the one win today, but in terms of performance levels, and when we crunch some numbers in the gap tonight before we return for
121.
Group B, tomorrow we'll let you know what those numbers are, because for me, performance level, much, much better.
And with this being his last game of the day, if he
45.
can get the 4 points, he's not going to be that far behind second spot. Yes, the first 2 rounds are going to be crucial for him. So his head-to-head with Kevin, if he can win this game and the next one, which will be the first one of tomorrow, he will be clicking at the heels of the likes of Borland and Hudson. So don't count him out yet.
100. Kevin, you require 167.
Well, we're seeing
61.
everything is a first with 3 different flights and stems, but I want to see him do something. I wanted to see him do that 170, because you'd never see that again ever.
65.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
Kevin, you require 106.
Phillips left the 170.
The only thing I think of remotely close is Peter Manley, who had 3 different weights, but that was quite normal, I should imagine, back in the day.
Yeah, I think Rob Cross's early
54.
darts. One of the darts
Philip, you
was vastly
require
heavier.
170.
Well, Luke Humphreys had 2 different points, didn't he? Because he couldn't get one out.
Yeah, that's different now. He had 2 grooved points.
134.
One that was completely smooth and
Kevin,
just
you
couldn't
require
get
52.
thrust out of the tungsten. That's a missed single. It was a good sign for Borland earlier. Oh, what's he done? He's got a 9, which leaves 43. 19 leaves double 12, which is blocked.
28. Philip, you require 36.
Break of throw opportunity incoming.
Double 9.
18.
Big chance missed.
Kevin, you require 24.
A rare bullet dodged. Kevin Painter.
Trying to be Boris from Snatch.
Game shot on the third leg.
The
Kevin
bullet dodger
Painter.
riddled with holes.
I could try and paraphrase that, but I'm not allowed to because it's the middle of the
Fourth
day.
leg is Philip to throw first. Game on.
To do the clean version, you could say it's actually impossible to beat him. That's exactly what he's got to do from here. Let's face it,
100.
if he's got any sort of ambition of being here on Saturday, win this and all 5 tomorrow, and he might have a chance. What do you think? 12 points enough?
91.
We could end up with multiples on 12, but I just think Scott Baker will come in tomorrow, irrelevant of what happens against Peter Hudson, who I expect him to beat, but he just seems
180.
I can see him going through the card.
121.
You can see 20 points.
Yeah, but then I think we're now looking at another qualification in terms of spot number 2, and it wouldn't surprise me if we ended up with a couple on 12, but maybe 10 or 12, isn't it, for position 2?
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that people would be split by leg difference.
171. Philip, you require 121.
A Painter with that 171 downstairs. It's not the first time he's done that today.
Well, they've been separated by the legs 1.
57. Kevin, you require 118.
He's not going to start on 19s. He's not going to need double 19.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Wonderful
Kevin
12
Painter.
darter. And that red flight was only thrown 4 times
5th leg is Kevin
in
to
that
throw
leg.
first. Game on.
I'm just trying to spitball here because this is something unprecedented, like Chris said. I'm getting used to it already. I think Kevin's as well.
117.
Well, in a way, it's a distraction that could relieve pressure. You know, we talk about why do players in
41.
quite a lot of individual sports, whether it be a cue sport or darts in particular, that when they're in a situation at
54.
I don't know, say it's a race to 4 sets, and you know they're 2 down, and then they lose a set 3-2. All of a sudden, they produce their best darts because they just relax.
81.
Maybe he's reached that point of, you can't say not caring. It's a different type of caring.
Wasn't there a Middle Eastern snooker player at the
133.
Worlds against Ronnie O'Sullivan who went smash into the pack?
Yeah.
Hassan Vafai, is that right?
Yep. Well, in frustration with Ronnie, 'cause he got a
81.
good record against Ronnie, and Ronnie was playing him, and he did the same thing to him. But there's a time and a place for that kind of thing. And I just think
57.
I think it's a distraction that is something to take the pressure away. And I say he's still trying and still wants to win, but he's trying to
60.
put a different spin on it.
Kevin,
And we
you
are talking
require
about a player who
140.
has sought professional mental help as far as a sports psychologist is concerned, just to try and get a little bit more from himself. And he's never shied away from trying new things.
100.
Oh, he's one of the players that I have to admire because he wringed every last bit of talent out of himself in his career. Literally, if there was
55.
100%
Kevin,
available,
you
he's
require
got
40.
100% out.
Well, he hasn't got 100% of wins today, but he might have a win. And does
Game
have a win.
shot. And the match.
4
Kevin
legs to 1 to
Painter.
Painter, and it feels very much like Monday because he saves his solitary win for game number 5. He's not out of it yet via that 4-1 victory because he has 2 points in the table and he's jumped from bottom to 4th for now, but a few players have a game in hand, and the first 2 are Prakash Jiwa and Willie Borland.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back, everyone, to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the continuation of the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Kevin Painter get the better of Philip van Hasse by 4 legs to 1, registering his first win of the day. Right, 2 more matches to go for our afternoon session here on the South Coast, and we're going to see Prakash Jiwa in action. He takes on Willie Borland, and watching this one in the commentary box, here's Paul and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Yep, our penultimate match of the session. And can Prakash, well, do himself, Kevin and Philip a favour and keep Big Willie on 8 or on 6 instead of moving on to 8?
I think that's the play, actually. If you were playing this in your mind, you'd want as many people as close to you as possible. Now, let's face it, Prakash on 2 points already would jump Kevin Painter and Van Hasse.
First leg is Prakash to throw first. Game on.
But stopping Borland from getting to 8, that's what they want to happen right now, because
140.
if you've got Baker going to 10 points against Hudson next, or even if
45.
Hudson beats Baker for 8 points and Borland wins here, that's a 6-point gap between the top 3 and the bottom 3, and that
44
makes everything more difficult tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly makes things a lot more interesting.
140.
He liked that one, didn't he? Placed it in.
He's a particularly buoyant player. He bounces around the stage.
59.
Well, he's still, in darting terms, baby.
95.
You see players of Prakash's experience, he was playing shoes. Maybe they get to the stage where they'll wear some really
100.
comfortable ones. But what is it about these kids? And I sound like a really grumpy dad or grandpa when I say this.
57.
But what is it about players like Willie Borland who
Prakash
wear
require
plimsolls
158.
at darts?
Yeah, I always wore shoes, and until the point that they became
60.
a little less
Willie, you require 164.
fussy about it, and you could get away with almost black
92. Prakash, you require
shoe
98.
stroke sneaker type things.
Yeah.
And I just for comfort. And ironically, I'm an
38.
advocate for
Willie, you require
you've got to
72.
practice what you plan to play in.
I agree.
56.
I think when you're practicing, and
Prakash,
by
you require
practice I mean a
60.
structured thing that you're doing on the dartboard, not just throwing at it. I think you need to be in the right footwear. And that's
20.
not the first time he's
Willie, you
had
require 16.
a rocket out of the cannon on tops today.
Game shot on the first
That's why
leg. Willie
yesterday,
Borland.
Nico, I was practicing barefoot in a pair of shorts and no top on.
Are you planning on playing in southern Spain anytime
Second leg
soon?
is Willie to throw first. Game on.
On a beach in
Hang
southern
on.
Spain.
You're going to Jamaica, aren't you, to play in the Latin America tour?
82.
Don't leave us.
But
If you do, you're going to have to tune in on Sporty Stuff TV and the YouTube channel just to stay in touch.
44.
But like you say, it's for me at the moment. It's just I'm just ticking over.
125.
The practice for me starts next week, and I will be practicing in the identical footwear I'll be playing in.
Willie
100.
Borland comes from Scotland, where it's predominantly cold most of the year, but they do get some wonderful weather in the summer. But coming down to the south coast
100.
of England, it will feel a lot hotter. It'll actually feel like he's in France. He did actually turn up today with a little bit of peak in
59.
his cheek. He did look a little bit red. I don't know whether he's been sunning himself.
I think Scotland's one of the most
43.
beautiful parts of the world I've ever been to. I absolutely love it up there.
So many.
I'm not a massive fan. Well, actually, in the winter, it's absolutely stunning.
5.
Unlike
Willie,
what
you
we
require
call a little bit, a
151.
bit of snow is just a dusting to what they get. Been on that road to
59.
Inverness when it's been just impassable.
Yeah.
And they put that big thing down so you can't go anywhere.
I think the diversion's something like 100 miles.
100. Will you require
John
92?
Henderson's told me about that before.
I've been as far up as Wick and to the
52.
Shetlands and the Orkneys.
I love Shetland. It's such a beautiful place.
Have you done an exhibition up there?
Yeah, I've been there 3 times. One time I went there with Terry Jenkins and we just went for a
87.
walk. We didn't even
Will you
talk for
require
20 minutes.
40?
We get along, don't get me wrong, but it was so beautiful. There was just no words.
Game shot in the second leg.
That's a nice thing as
Willie
well.
Borland.
It's 21 dart leg, but we don't give you bonus points for averages. If we were, Scott Baker would already be qualified.
Third leg is Prakash to throw
He'd
first.
have already won it.
Game on.
The whole thing. Yeah, I mean, if you imagine if Scotland had the weather of, I don't know, not necessarily
100.
Spain where it's ridiculously hot, but just really nice weather, it'd be probably the destination to go to in the world.
I've been very
Certainly
fortunate.
one of them.
I've been very fortunate to make some contacts in this sport. One of them, a very good friend of mine called Gordon Morrison, who is a big darts promoter up in
78.
Inverness. He invited me to play at Castle Stewart, or what's known as Cabot Highlands now, up in the north of Scotland. And I remember being on the second tee asking him
100.
to take a photograph of me, and I was almost crying. It was that beautiful. Now, I know everybody says that it doesn't take much to make me weep. But
59.
Northern Scotland golf courses, my word, even if you don't play golf, just go and walk around them if you can.
140.
Yeah, Edinburgh, just stunning. Yeah, I love it up there. Don't go up enough anymore. Don't have time.
60.
We actually used to have one of the
58.
great Scottish advocates in darts working with us in Southampton, Anthony Dundas. Haven't seen him for a while, so if you are watching, Ant, we hope you're well.
60. Will you require 146?
And Borland is taking full control of this fixture
56.
without
Prakash, you
playing his
require
best. I
144.
wonder if Prakash is just a little bit weathered coming into this 5th game. It has been a somewhat tumultuous afternoon.
50.
Well,
Will you require 90?
been played at such a pace. Ball.
Game shot in the
Gets the
third
ball.
leg. Willie Borland.
18 darter, and as you mentioned, it's not setting the world on fire, but at this stage in your final match
Fourth
of
leg
the
is Willie
day,
to throw first.
when
Game
you're
on.
2 points adrift off the top of the table, it's just about keeping in touch, and he's doing the perfect thing here. And if he can
99.
turn this into a 4-0 win, obviously with the leg difference situation, it's massive for him because 4-0 would take
60.
him on to +7, just 4 behind Baker. No matter what
85.
Baker does, at worst, he'll be only 1 win adrift, and he reverses the match that he had with him today, tomorrow. He would then, of
44.
course, go top.
The problem is, when he plays Baker tomorrow, he doesn't have the darts. He got done today 4-0
22.
when he had the throw, which makes that defeat even worse. And that is the only game we've seen a 4-0 today.
59.
Although, in fairness, Baker would have given anybody an awful time in that match because he was simply irresistible. 80% on the doubles, 180, a finish of 141, and a 98.56 average.
100.
The end of the game is imminent.
Will you require 115?
Prakash's chances in this group are taking a very big beating here.
59.
But it's really good to see Willie Borland playing some decent darts because his form over the last year and a half, it's been sketchy.
Yeah. I certainly
92.
saw
Will
improvements
you
the last
require
time
56?
he visited here at the Super Series, and I've seen even more improvements across the
38.
course of today.
Prakash, you require 146.
He's just given a bit of a lifeline to Prakash, albeit a very hard one.
$130.
It's a lovely layup.
Will you require 18?
Is it too late?
10.
Not yet.
Prakash, you require 16.
these legs that could lose, and
Game
he
shot on the
does
fourth
lose.
leg. Prakash Jiwa.
When it comes to leg difference tomorrow, Nico, we may look back at that one and go, ooh, did that cost him?
Fifth leg is Prakash to throw first.
I don't think anybody's ever given me a
Game
fist
on.
pump for hitting double 4 with my second dart. It's a very generous game these days.
100.
Phil would have liked to have given you some fist bumps in the face.
Oh, yeah. You're not the only one.
140.
Yeah, but he would have been punching up.
81.
Good times.
Yeah, all are under the bridge now, pal.
58.
All for the sake of entertainment.
Yeah.
That's what we do. When we come to commentate for things like this, and times when we played, it was for the benefit of ourselves, of course,
60.
but for the benefit of entertaining our darting public. And we've done our very best to do that for you. And we will do more
43.
of that later on tonight, because we have a great Group B for you. Kevin Blommer, who finished second in Group A, and he had a great total as well,
100.
22 points. He plays in tonight's 5-person group alongside Colin Osborne, Ryan Finesse and Martijn Dracht. And Adam Lipscomb will come into this
100.
dying
Prakash
to be here on
Jiwa,
Saturday night, because if
160.
he is here on Saturday night, he will fill this place.
And he went so close, didn't he, last time? Narrowly missing out on
96. Will he require
qualifying
160?
for finals night.
Well, he's got to be careful here,
Yeah.
because this game could slip
50.
away from him really quickly if
Prakash
he's not
requires
careful.
64.
Well, he's not played particularly well, has he? I mean, his 3 winning legs in 2021 and 18, so he's obviously come off the top slightly.
24. Will he
And he'd just
require
be desperate
110?
to get it done as quick as possible.
Does he get another chance? No. And what seemed fairly easy in the first 3 legs has now become
54.
rather difficult.
Prakash, you require 40.
They're not close.
20.
He will not
Will
be
he
happy with that
require
effort at all.
56?
And Borland goes for the same tactic on 56. Does it work this time? It doesn't.
38. Prakash, you
That's
require
5
20.
match darts missed.
Yeah, I don't like the breakdown from there, because I personally wouldn't like the double 9.
10.
Well, gets another opportunity.
Will he require 18?
Feels like deja vu on double 9. Different result. 7 darts for the match missed.
Prakash, you require 10.
How many lifelines do you need, Prakash? He's not missing by small margins.
8.
He's missing by massive margins.
Will he
He's
require
lost
8?
his feel.
Game, shot.
He's lost the
And
match as well,
Willie
because
Borland.
Borland has gone to 8 points by hook or by crook. It wasn't a good game. In fact, it was probably, scrap that probably, it was the worst statistical game of the day. But Borland doesn't care. It's all about the points, and he's got 8 for the day. A fabulous effort. And now we go through to game number 15 here in Group C. It's going to be Scott Baker against Peter Hudson to see who tops the group and how.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it turns out 8 is great for Willie Borland. In fact, it's brilliant for Borland. 8 points to his day means that he finds himself currently in second position in the group. However, this last game is going to set fair how the dimensions for tomorrow work. A win for Scott Baker will complete the card, put him on to 10 points, and have a 2-point buffer overnight. If Hudson can pick up the points, 3 players would be tied at the top going into the second day's action. Right, next up for us, here we go. This is our last game of the session, Chris and Paul.
Thank you, Henry. We have 2 different situations, like you have just illustrated. We can have 3 players on 8 points and 3 players on 2 points, or we will have 3 players on 2 points, 1 person on 6, 1 person on 8, and 1 person on 10. Earlier in the week, when Kevin Blommer on Monday won 10 points from 10, we thought maybe he'd be the person to go through Group A. We were wrong. So don't be fooled. Even if Scott Baker wins this game, that he's through to Saturday, he will not be. It's the dreaded Scott Walters approach.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but...
180.
That was a quicker U-turn than Boris Johnson.
Yeah, that was me
22.
just about to say, don't be silly, Nico. This is done and dusted. Look at the way he's played. Look at his average for the day after 4 games.
96.
Yeah, when you think about the standard that we usually get here over the course of a day, maybe even an entire
97.
series. We have a decent sample size here with Scott with 4 matches. He's played super well from the off. But 98...
105.
Yes, 98.47 for 4 matches. And you are looking at one of the best days that
60.
I've seen this year.
PT require 120.
Now, what has Peter Hudson had for a little snack this afternoon?
80.
Because he's come out of the traps here.
And that's a 21-leg sample.
Very fair. You could play 21 legs in the first round of the World Match Play, or even the second round.
Yeah.
140.
Somebody's walked over there with
PT require 40.
Well, ironically, that's almost around the kind of number that
Game shot in the first leg.
Rob Cross
Peter
averaged
Hudson.
to win the match play a couple of years ago. It was around about 98 something for the whole tournament.
Second leg is Scott to throw first.
Scott's lost the first leg in 13 darts. So you've got to give the man who has the darts in this final game of the day
60.
a fair bit of credit for that, because he's stuck to his task. He's done well. Started with a 4-1 victory over Prakash. After that, stumbled against Borland, but Borland was good on the doubling.
Well, he can end up with the same amount of points for the day, winning 4 out of 5, and we've been waxing lyrically about Borland all day.
Yes, we have.
59.
Is he doing it again? Like he did on Tuesday, when he picked up 8 points from 10, and you thought, how's he done that?
Yeah, totally under the radar. When we were chatting
57.
after the session had finished, and we both looked at each other and said, Did he win 4 out of 5? Because it just didn't feel
60.
like it.
Yeah, it sometimes feels like somebody else is doing all of the yard work, when in fact, all Peter was doing was sitting in the sun, waiting for the points to come into his lap.
44.
If you've got a mental image of Peter Hudson sitting on a sun lounger in the sun, you're welcome.
85.
He can rest as he chooses tonight, because at the conclusion of play here in the evening of Thursday, they'll have the rest of the night and tomorrow morning to rest before the culmination of Group C tomorrow from 1 o'clock on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. And we will be live from Sporty Stuff TV at 3 again for match 7 and beyond.
Yeah, and please join us tonight
100.
from 10 p.m. If you're watching outside of the UK, you can watch us, of course, on our Modus Super Series YouTube channel. For those of you who are, we'll be
59.
watching us now,
Scott,
of course, and welcome along to the
137.
action. All of you in the UK, you can watch on channel 427, Sporty Stuff TV, because tonight could be
59.
well, better than today.
I hope it could be. And it might just be.
59. Scott, you
I
require
was going to start
78.
taking my picks for Group B tonight, but I'm going to save that for later. Got to leave some meat on the bone. Double top.
58.
There was something in the way.
Peter, you require 126.
The meat on the bone was the dart in the 20. Trouble 19 leaves ball.
There is that 319 bed.
101.
Weirdly, I think Scott was
you
watching the
require
monitor.
20.
I don't think he was watching the board.
No barbecue sauce
Game
there. It
shot
was
in the
more
second
pesto,
leg.
wasn't
Scott
it?
Baker.
It was in the green.
Yeah, you don't get 3 points for the green here. You don't get
Third leg
one
is
for
Peter
the
to
red.
throw
In
first.
fact,
Game
Scott
on.
just did. He got 1 leg for hitting the red. I wonder if he's good at any other sports. He strikes
93.
me as the kind of person who would just be good at darts and then just look cool the rest of the day.
Watching everybody else try and play pool or
59.
snooker. I reckon this man likes a game of cards or something.
180.
He said he would play him at poker because he wears his heart on his
Yeah.
sleeve. Can I join that game?
Yeah, maybe crit.
140.
Snap. That's what he heard in the shower yesterday.
Yeah. Thank God it wasn't his Achilles.
Yeah, he's got away with one there.
140.
When you have an accident in a bathroom, there's a lot of hard objects around you.
52. Peter, you
Just
require
ask Big
88.
Willie.
And not the end of the world. Scott's only at the halfway point of the leg.
36.
Yeah. You're going to fluff your lines. Do it when your opponent's back on 250.
85.
Still not on a finish.
Peter, you
And even
require
then,
52.
he still left himself on a very manageable take here, which is double 16 with 2 darts. And his opponent is still not on a finish.
36.
So he's allowing the rock to just get closer to the line without any pressure. Feels like it's the first time this has happened today.
65. Peter, you
Yeah, he's
require
just-
16.
It just doesn't look as switched on.
He has to turn the key of that Vesper of his. Start growling a
Game
bit.
shot in the third leg. Peter
He's now
Hudson.
2-1 down.
And on the throw, Peter's been very
Fourth leg
tidy.
is
It
Scott
was
to throw first.
13
Game
darts are
on.
in leg 1 with the darts, and well, that one could have been a much lower leg than the 17 it
100.
ended up being.
We've seen some incredible darts today from all of the players. We're talking about best legs of the week.
98.
An amazing amount of 4 visit legs.
Well, this man here produced back-to-back 11 darters.
140.
When he gets hot, he gets white hot.
Yeah. He's one of them streak-type players, isn't he?
100.
Probably how he likes his bacon in the morning. We wouldn't know, Danny.
100.
Yeah.
It's all right. I'll get you a brownie on Saturday. I'm talking to Danny, not you. You're not allowed.
133.
No sugar
Scott,
for
you
me at the
require
moment.
161.
Snibble, snibble.
Another one of those would be handy.
121.
Asking
Peter, you
you shall
require
receive.
170.
Yep, tops after 12. Will he get a go? He's threatened it a couple of times this week. Oh.
134.
Someone's going to get one.
Scott, you require 40.
Let's save it for finals night.
Baker's looking for another red for another 1.
Game shot on the
Loves
fourth
double
leg.
10.
Scott
2-2
Baker.
we go. Best of 3 to determine if Scott Baker can get the perfect 10 points today.
Fifth leg is Peter to throw first. Game on.
Referred to as the perfect 10, isn't it? Can he do it? Peter Hudson has other ideas.
140.
He's averaging well in this game.
He is.
And he's protecting his advantage of throw very well.
Yeah, he's been solid on throw.
20.
There's evidence of that. More 180s, of course. The better average. Still has the throw.
Well, the 2 treble 20s, I'm not sure if the second one was in, but it took the other one out. You're seeing the funny side of it.
84.
I don't think he stresses about many things in life, Scott.
Very
41.
rarely see him without a smile on his face. Even now he's having a good chuckle to himself.
99.
Having Scott Baker in a session is like owning a dog. You just feel good when they're around.
140.
He might be out of the leg in a second because he's trying to get that gap all the way down to 1 dart. He's been nowhere near that until maybe now. Needed 2 treble 20s to get to a finish.
60.
So if he was going to
required
find his
120.
first max, let it be now. Treble 10 is the shot.
Some people have started to use treble 18 a lot
88.
on 62.
I like it because the 54 to the double 4 is a real small adjustment. If you hit the 18,
45.
the 4 is
PT
next door
requires
for tops, which
32.
again is a smaller adjustment.
Not much of an adjustment needed for this. And there you can see
Game
what he was
shot on the
trying to
fifth
do.
leg.
It's 3-2
Peter
Hudson. Baker needs to get the last 2 legs of the session if he wants a perfect tally.
Well,
6 leg is Scott to throw first. Game
is Rock. And he has been rock solid thus far, averaging over 90.
100.
We're into leg 6. Baker well off the pace. Although when you look at the scores of between or over a ton,
100.
it's 9 for Baker, 10 for Hudson. Now Baker
100.
is 2 more 140s than Hudson, but Hudson has the only 2 180s, so they're cancelled out with that and some.
140.
Would be a big win for Hudson.
60.
And he's pretty much stolen the darts here in leg 6. Maybe just 6 darts away from winning the leg and the match.
140.
And moving into joint second position with Willie Borland and making it
60.
4 out of 5
PT require
wins for the day.
121.
.48 remaining.
89.
Is favoured double 16 when he returns.
145. PT require 32.
Good bit of pressure from Baker. Is it going to be telling?
No
It sure
score.
is. Well, Baker has a chance to
Scott, you
extend the
require
match.
36.
3 in hand. Wants double 18. Needs
Game
just
shot on
one.
the 6th leg. Scott Baker.
Baker doing his best to remain unbeaten today in the opening day of Group C. Make
7th
sure you
and final
join
leg.
us
It's Peter to throw first. Game
tonight
on.
from 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV. The start of what looks to be a very exciting looking
140.
This is the final match on the opening day of Group C. A group that's been
41.
pretty much dominated by this man until this match. Hudson is looking
140.
join Baker and Borland on 8 points. And that's looking likely.
81.
Back-to-back 140s. The Hudson on throw will have 3 on 8 and 3 on 2 points.
100.
This group becomes a group of 2 halves.
100. PT require 121.
Painter, Pathé and Jiwa not out of it, but they'd have to have some
89.
permutations go their way. For me, this group is about this man, Borland and Hudson.
99. PT required
Only
32.
2 spots available. The top 2 go through and join Christian Kist on Saturday night
shot.
as Peter Hudson produces a brilliant 14-dart leg to see off Scott Baker, and we do have 3 on 8 and 3 on 2 points. There's the numbers for you. 93.11 for Peter Hudson. A couple of 180s in there, a few missed doubles, so that average very good considering 11 missed darts at a double. Well, I'll hand you back to the boys on the balcony.
Thank you very much, Chris. Paul Nicholson alongside me to assess what we've seen, and perhaps the most crucial darts we've just seen are the last one that was thrown by Peter Hudson.
Yeah, very much so. I think that makes everything a bit more exciting tomorrow. Considering the level that we've seen from Scott Baker today, we all presumed that maybe 10 points was in his future, but it may be tomorrow, not today. Peter Hudson has just brought himself into the mix, and also Willie Borland, and maybe given everybody else a little bit more hope.
Well, let's have a look then at the table, at the halfway point in the group. Scott Baker still leads the way on 8 points there because of the legs difference, but 3 players on 8 points in, it's pretty much already become a league of 2 halves.
It has, but if you think about Painter, Van Gassen and Jiwa, they're not out of it yet. They're all thinking, if I can go through the card tomorrow with 5 wins and someone has a really bad day, or 2 people have a really bad day, some things are possible. I go back to when Moreno Blom was 5th in the table and had 2 points on Thursday night. He came here on Friday, he won games, he was through and won the group, so never say never. But it does look like 2 halves at the minute. The first 2 rounds tomorrow will tell us a greater story.
As for Scott Baker, prior to that last game, an average, as you mentioned in commentary, of 98 for the day. It was fast, it was furious, and it was up there with some of the best we've seen Scott Baker here.
Yeah, I mean, big finishes, huge finishes, great scoring, a very vibrant brand of darts that everybody loves to watch. He's the kind of person that this is all about. Fast, effective, and he's someone in the practice room that people can feed off as well. I know that he didn't win that last game, but he still walked away with a smile on his face. He doesn't spend emotional broadband on negativity, and he's going to go far. I still think he'll make it through this group, but it's going to be tougher now that he's lost that game.
When you consider his all-round package and his all-round presence, you're actually surprised that on the main tour, Scott Baker hasn't achieved more in his career.
I think Scott would admit that maybe sometimes he relaxes too much. You need a level of intensity that he has shown today, but at the end we saw the intensity just drop off a little bit, and sometimes he paid the price for that on the tour over the 2 years he was there. His level was enormous when he was good, but sometimes good isn't good enough.
Meanwhile, elsewhere, Willie Borland, the other player, on 8 points for the day, and it's a much more of an incline of performance from him today compared to what we saw from him on his debut in this competition.
Yeah, I think the last 18 months have been tricky for Willie, and I think he's been going to exhibitions and people have been asking him about that 9-darter against Bradley Brooks, and he's been answering that question a lot. I think what he needs to do is play out of the shadow of that and become the player that he wants to be. There are signs that he's getting back to form. Great to see, because he, like Scott, is a very exciting player to watch.
You've been involved in moments in your career, you've had infamous moments, and I'd imagine that fans in exhibitions ask you about that time and time again. When you get back on the board and you get back into competition play, can you then get exuded by that? Because people will ask about one moment, and maybe you still get lost in that one moment, and you can not take your eye off the ball, but it can consume your mind going into other competitions.
It can, especially if you are talking about it a lot as well. People still ask me about some of the things I did 12 years ago. But the thing about the dartboard and the thing about the technology that you can use these days in creating a bubble for yourself. Earlier on today, we saw Willie Borland getting practice darts with earplugs in, or something akin to what you have with music. And he looked like he was in a pretty good space, just humming along, having a drink of water, and trying to be in his own little competitive bubble. This is the thing about the dartboard. If you put those earphones in and you start playing, you can get a nice little zone there and nobody can bust it. when you're doing exhibitions and signing stuff, you've got to be somebody else.
As for Peter Hudson, when you consider the struggles he had at times yesterday, he's recovered, recuperated, come back today, and come back to some tune.
He's done pretty well. I'm just glad that he's 100% because yesterday I genuinely thought he might not be able to play today. The fact that he is here and he's got 8 points, I said earlier he could be a threat if he was 100%. He is, and he's taken out the big dog here today in Scott Baker, so he will definitely be in the mix tomorrow.
As for the players in the bottom three, who could be the biggest threat tomorrow?
Three-flight painter. I can't even say that. I mean, I didn't even think it was possible that somebody would do that, but three-flight painter. At times, he's showed some pretty good stuff. If he gets a bit more fortune, where people aren't going out with 80% on doubles and things like that, he could spring a surprise, but surprises are unlikely from that position.
I hope Peter Wright doesn't get inspiration for that, by the way, tomorrow.
I'm going to text him, trust me.
Well, we've got one more session to go later on this evening. Group B getting underway. And what a cast list we have got. The likes of Adam Lipscomb, the local favourite in this competition. Ryan Finesse, another local player. Colin Osborne, who is, well, he's the all-time legend in this competition, being joined by Kevin Blommer, who came so close in Group A, as well as Martijn Dracht.
Yeah, I think it's all about Osborne. I think we all expect him to make the top three. I think he will. Blommer will be licking his wounds a little bit, but he will have learnt so much about himself yesterday. First couple of days, he was cruising, doing good things, but I think from what he went through on Wednesday, he will have understood what kind of tendencies he has under heightened pressure. So I'll be interested to see what he delivers tonight. But love to watch Ryan. He's had success in Southampton, but not had success here yet. It may be his time this week, but I want Adam to get through. I want Ryan to get through because I want a lot of people here. You have been warned.
It's a shame we can't really get it started straight away, really, isn't it?
Yeah. A little bit, because, I mean, we've had such a good time this afternoon. It's been one of the most enjoyable Group C sessions I can remember, and tonight could be just as good.
Some late-night darting drama here under the lights in Portsmouth. Don't forget to join us from 10 o'clock this evening. It's the second session of the day here at the MODUS Super Series as Group B gets underway. But as far as Group C is concerned, it's Super Scott and a Super Scott alongside The Rock, who's at the top.
A victory tonight can see him kickstart another phase of his career. Danny McNamara, the referee. Barstow has the darts, the only match in one of our weeks in which a bull is done to decide who throws first. And that can be the most important dart, the one thrown in the practice room, because Glenn Durrant, having seen both semis go 4-3, you fancy this to go the distance too.
Yeah, I think it would just sort of conclude what's been a very tight and competitive week. You know, both are going to create a story, but there's something special about the way Chaz is playing right now. Tay Borden a little bit disappointed. He's got the crowd on his side, but maturity is key for this man. He's something that's probably been to his detriment previously. Now we're going to see the best version of Rhys Robinson.
93.
As Henry mentioned in the preview to this final, both of these men pitched as outsiders by the odds compilers, 7-1 apiece.
140.
Does try to amount a 7-1 accumulator in his tips earlier. You'd have been better off just saying back both of these, Glenn.
Jeez, Chris, I've just been nice about 60. You upstairs.
Raise your wire 160.
These are the types of moments now. Whose position do you want to be in? 161 with the darts, or the lowest score of 112? Right now, I know where I'd want to be.
136.
Well, he was on the green, but not in the hole in the end.
112.
And now Barstow gets his swing going. Can still do it. He would have to end on the ball himself now. Right, can he do what Reese couldn't?
102.
He's miscounted. Well, we said in the semi-final that counting had been a big problem for both players.
25.
And Chaz Barstow has just had the ultimate mathematical meltdown.
Now, Reese Robinson has to stay focused. Part of him's thinking, what's going on here? And once again, there's the maturity. There's a bit of laughter in the back there. That's not what Reese Robinson normally does. I like this. I fancy this. What a marker.
13.
You know, when I saw him aiming away, Glenn, I'm thinking, surely he's not going for an 18 here. But it was.
Jazzy required 10.
What was interesting also, Reese is looking at the crowd. That's a very intimate venue. You have to expect that, Reese. That's why you've got to stay focused. This is not a gimme still.
5.
Well, we thought it would be a dramatic final. Didn't think a lot of the drama would come in the very first leg, but that's what's happening here. Can Reese make peace with leg one? He does. Collides in off the barrel and wins the leg, holds his throw. But what a dramatic start to this final. Hodges broke the throw, didn't he? Even I'm getting confused now.
Yeah, yesterday, Chaz Barstow wants 55. He hits a big 16. On 107, he hits the sweet as a nut, treble 19. We're all looking at bull.
95.
And he hits double top. Reese Robinson's then affected by the crowd, but still comes back for more.
140.
One of the strengths, Chaz, he can put things to one side and go back and continue. Still all very much in the balance.
123.
We're always looking for new and different things to do on our social media YouTube channel and the MSS
59.
Darts Twitter. Maybe we're going to have to do some kind of math masterclass. Not aimed at the viewers, but the players.
Just the time for me, it's tension. It's when you're up there in that red hot environment, you know, sometimes your brain can be doing some crazy things. He's probably wanted that finish a million times and never gone for tops. And in 2 days running, he's done 2 of the biggest finishing faux pas you've ever seen.
Do make sure you're following those accounts, by the way. Loads of content on the YouTube channel, including all of the sessions in full and highlights from everything
45.
you've seen here. Clips and plenty of other stuff posted on the Twitter page as well. Now then, this could be a highlight for the highlight reel. Oh, he goes for the ball this time and gets it. Well, that is the ultimate irony. Yeah, Reese Robinson says, that was right this time, Chaz.
Reese Robinson said, I was looking at tops.
Game on.
Oh, wow.
But in all seriousness, Reese Robinson just nodding his head, just trying to get his thoughts together. It feels like it's him and the crowd against him right now, but I still like that environment, and that's what he needs to do. Chaz hasn't kicked off well, and Reese is back where he likes to be.
What a response. A 164 finish from Chaz Barstow, replied to with a 180 opener by his opponent. And by the way, Glenn, has Jeremy Fagg just been outvoted now? Is that the new checkout of the week?
Yeah, well, I was going to say that about the previous one as well, but I think we did the poll just a little bit too early. Captivating.
96.
Well, if you're watching at home and you want to be here, and why wouldn't you want to be here on any of our finals night, this real intimate, unique experience to watch darts and how
57.
dramatic it has been. You can come and feel that drama. Scan that QR code. Get yourselves here. It'll take you to the ticket page at dartshop.tv any Saturday night from 7:30.
140.
And you can be part of this real unique atmosphere, watching top darts players doing the right things and sometimes the wrong things.
180. Reese require 85.
That was the right thing.
The afterburners are on. For a 12.
45. Chaz require 135.
How important was that 180 from Chaz Barstow? Gives him a chance. Still a tall ask. He's going to set it up at Reese Robinson. These are the moments. 3 darts at tops to lead 2-1 in your biggest match of the year. He looks good. The tightening of the arm. Can't even begin to tell you what happens to your body. And when it goes right in the top, the big growl that he does, let the crowd know that he's feeling good. It's just break after break after break so far in this match. Who is going to keep their composure? Who is going to sprint for that line?
Well, the showpiece showdown is turning into the best match of the night, as it should be.
123.
Both these players going at it, producing the best stuff. Neither has faltered this evening. Well, not in terms of a result, anyway.
58.
Just a solid game, but that first dart to Robinson right now. He's seeing that treble 20.
140.
Like a bucket. The criticisms, Chris, I've had about Reese before, his mind
59.
can wander. He's been superb, arguably the best player the past couple of days. But now it's all about desire. Now it's all about
83.
focus.
Well, let's not forget as well, Glenn, that Reese Robinson, when he played in Group B yesterday, he won all of his matches.
100.
So he's actually on a 7-match winning streak. If he can make it 8, he'll take the trophy.
This is formidable. Go back upstairs.
139.
To leave a 1 dart, double 8 finish. Robinson can see that finishing post.
Yeah, he can move closer to it if he finds the double for a 13 darter.
Reese requires 16.
Happily settle for 14 or 15 as well.
Can he gallop to the line? He certainly can. With a
flag,
furlong to go, there's the
Robinson.
fist pump. The crowd don't agree with it because the crowd are all on the side of Chaz Barstow. We're right in his
Just
hometown.
like Chaz to throw first. Game on.
A home county before he upset any Portsmouth people there.
On a night like tonight, surely there are more twists and turns.
85.
Surely it just doesn't end 4-1 at a conventional win. There is more drama to come, surely.
Yeah, from the opening salve on Monday morning when Robert Thornton fought back from 3, and it's just been a really topsy-turvy seesaw battles. It's been a great week. So ultra competitive, massive scoring, high finishing, the big fish. We're seeing everything here.
Yeah, and plenty of those 180s as well. Many of them coming from this man. And there's another one.
109.
And there's the celebration. He's enjoying it. He thinks this is a victory parade, but the job's not done yet, Reese.
Stay focused, Reese. For Chaz, was he affected by that celebration?
29.
Maybe I know nothing and Reese knows something.
Or maybe the celebration, or maybe just the fact that he had a 180 hit straight back at him.
125.
That must hurt, Glenn, when you hit a maximum and your opponent answers in kind.
Someone said it's like a boxer. If they hit you with a left, hit them with a right.
Well, it could be.
100.
Sugar Reese Robinson,
Reese require 100.
who was about to land the knockout blow. Another. A double 12.
126.
Barstow on the canvas. Can he get up?
107.
Will he go the same route? It looks like he's staying upstairs for treble 17.
47.
All up to the Humber man.
Reese require 12.
Double 6 to finish a job. And down for double 3. And Reese Robinson reigns on week 2 the MODUS Super Series 4. A fabulous final, plenty of drama all night, but Robinson put on a show in the decider. A 4-1 win over Chaz Barstow.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first.
A bit of a
game
look
on.
through his numbers and his data and things. I was like, the averages don't quite match the results that he's getting. I mean, some of the results that he's had recently, he's beat people like Scott Williams, Mike Warburton, Jim McEwen, and you're thinking, but the average is running so low. And then when he mentioned there that he started bad and then he played better at the end of the year, you look a little bit deeper and it goes in line with what you said on the balcony of this recent upward surge in his levels of performance.
85.
And I like what he said in the. I like one thing he said in the interview, and I hate something else he said in it. So he said, "Being here is going to be a good learning experience." So he's looking to take something away from this, whether it's qualifying through for Saturday, whether it's £5,000 on Saturday night, or whether it's some experience. He's going to develop off the back of this with that sort of growth attitude. The bit I didn't like about it is when
43.
He said that the form he showed recently has made him lucky enough to be here. You're not lucky to be here. He wasn't walking past and they went, "We need a player." In
Can you play darts, mate?
And lucky is a word I hate. Hate it. And I used to get all the time when I was coaching football, like someone would shoot and miss, go, "Oh, unlucky." No, it's not unlucky.
No.
Unlucky is a bolt of lightning coming down, striking the tree falling over the goal and stopping the ball from crossing the line. That's unlucky. What it was you missed. It was bad technique or poor practice. Something we can work on to make sure you don't miss in future. Luck is not a part of it. And the reason Cam Crabtree, easy to say, is here
60. Cam, you
isn't
require
because he
80.
got lucky. It's because his form recently has been that good. He's beat the likes of Scott Williams, who has dominated
Game
the
shot on
Challenge
the first
Tour.
leg. Cam Crabtree.
What a debut leg that is. A 14 dart breaker throw. Matt Jackson starting with 2 treble 20s. And then getting
Second leg, it's
an
Cam to throw
unfortunate
first.
bounce out. Could be steady in here.
No,
Game
that's unlucky. We've hit the wire. It's come out the board. That's unlucky. If he would have gone and missed and got a big 20, that's not unlucky.
No.
That's a miss.
Well, this is my first look at
134.
young Cam Crabtree. I'm just going to call him Cam from now on.
100.
What do you think of the technique?
Slightly overbalanced. The shoulder just coming a bit too far down, so that's going to put a little bit of tension on the knee.
180.
But despite that, it's pretty much there.
It is, isn't it? I like it.
96.
You don't hit 9 darters by accident. Well, the stance is nice and wide. Let's say there's a little bit of it's.
140.
But the head stays still. There's not too much shock into the shoulder. Full extension. Land very flat on the board.
98. Cam, you require 47.
Sometimes causes a few issues. Not so here. This is for an 11.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Wow. Well, if you didn't know he is, you do now. 25 darts doing the opening 2 legs.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Which equates to family and friends of Cam. Quickly get your
57.
Screenshots ready.
Yeah, get your cameras out. Welcome to the Super Series.
140.
It's going up. And I tell you what, you're Matt Jackson.
99.
What are you thinking? You've been here all week. You've played some good darts in spells. You start off against a 19-year-old debutant, and he starts throwing 122 average against you.
Yeah, you know you're playing well when you hit a ton and your average starts to come down. I always say that's a great indication of
50.
The level of play.
$60. $97.
It's interesting that he picked out Robert Thornton as well as part of the players this week.
140.
I mean, he was playing darts before Cam was even born.
40.
So was I.
Cam, you require
Plus you are.
61.
Pants older than Cam. It's too good.
Game shot on the third
Not
leg.
only is the
Cam
scoring
Crabtree.
absolutely exquisite, so is the finishing. 3 out of 3. 3-0 up in the blink of an eye.
Leg,
A
it's
double
Cam to
breaker
throw
throw,
first.
winning legs of
Game on.
14, 11 and 15. He's averaging 112.72.
And there are no signs of stopping.
140.
No, I mean, we've all done it where you you're aware when you're in a game like this, you're winning comfortably, and you're 3-0 up, and you're thinking
123.
I'm averaging over, and you start thinking about it. It's not even in his mind.
100.
All he's thinking about is winning a game of darts. That's what happens when you're not damaged goods. There's no scars. He's carrying
60.
no baggage.
$140.
This is relentless. 140 ton 140. Could be a 4-0 start.
135. Cam, you require
115 average. The record, I
121.
believe, is 118. And the whole existence of this format.
Game, shots, and the match.
That
Cam
is
Crabtree.
absolutely incredible. What an opening match, and what a display from the young 19-year-old on debut. 115.62 the average. 4 out of 4 on doubles. 100%. A ton plus finish. 6 140s. 1 180. What a performance that was.